Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing this morning? We bullish? I don't know. Not really. I mean, they definitely don't want the market above their collar until they roll it, right? The futures is trading at like 40.92 right now. SPY is trading at 404. SPX should open at like 40.60, 40.60-ish. I swear to God, Pickleman, if you let James Diamond roll the collar, then crash the market, I will be so upset. But he does it today. I can't stop him. Fuck, managing my straddle is gonna be strangled. Oh fuck, I'm strangled. That's gonna be fun. NASDAQ, not liking today's information nearly as much as the SPY. Down 15 points from ES. That's kind of interesting. Stream card checks out if you're strangled. I am. What is he rolling to, do you think? 3.5 to 5.5% from spot is the like funds directive. Ding ding. Hey, look, it did open at 40.60. Okay. Well, that's cool. Jimmy got a shitload of liquidity in the pre-market, so I expect if the market continues up, it's probably not going to do anything, and if the market goes down, it's going to get shorted to shit. 40.75, then downs. We'll see. Maybe just 40.60. VIX at 18.92. Upstart getting shorted at open. Still got a little room to run on this. Gherk, King of Caterpillar. Yeah, Cat did good this week. I know. It definitely helped make up for some less desirable events in the market. So just a hard wall at 40.65. I wonder if they roll early in the day. Guess we'll find out. Is this morning's price action trying to force JPM to roll the collar up, thereby prop the economy up a little longer? I mean, JPM rolling the collar up doesn't prop the economy up, right? It's just a hedge. They can also roll it down if they roll it up. I bought May 19th SPY 400 puts a few days ago. Is that enough Theta to outlast this pump, or should I cut and reposition? You got a pretty decent amount of Theta. You're like over 45 days, right? Just over 45 days. Yeah, it's not too bad. There's still some upside here. Is this price action? In the DD, what is the significance of the shares to borrow for GME and Upstart? It gives an indication of the amount of volumetric interest in the lending pool. That's about it. What is the collar and what does it mean? Is it same like big strangle? No, not quite. A collar is sort of like a big strangle, except the downside is hedged and the upside you own the underlying, so covered. So it's like a covered strangle with a that's made with a credit. It's like a half covered strangle. Baba at 103. If we slip 102, would you count it as a breakdown or just reacting to the market today? Slip 101, I would probably count as a breakdown. I probably just wouldn't fuck with it today because the market's so volatile. And Baba's particularly volatile on top of that. So, yeah, I probably wouldn't mess with it. I guess you hope is that Nvidia is underperforming the market bump. Oh, Nasdaq's underperforming a bit today. It's trailing the SPX by about roughly 10 to 12 points. At least so far. James Diamond ruined my CERN position? I don't think so. Maybe. You could blame him. With this PCE print, do you see SPX moving to the 4,200 range? I don't think the PCE print was particularly bullish. A little better than expectations, but prices are still rising, right? A positive PCE value is not desirable. Sell calls, buy protective puts. On which? On GME? I guess. At what point would you cut your strangle? Are you going to cut the call side today? Probably, yeah. My call side's at 40.45, so I don't think I'm going to hold on to that. I have a stop on it already. 3 gap up days in a row. Up every day this week. Could this be from them rolling the collar? Probably not. Nvidia back to 275. What a joke. I can't wait for this thing to get smashed to 0. Yeah, I fucking hate it too. Baba does seem like it would react to a volatile market today. I probably won't play it till next week. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have the conversation, confirmation, and miss out on like the $3 range than try to play it today when everything's volatile as fuck. Upstart not being shorted at open anymore. I mean, it's just rising with the market. The problem with Upstart right now is if the market goes down, Upstart's gonna dive super fucking hard. Alright, let's see. So a little bit of zero DT call interest coming in at 40.75, 40.80 on the upside of the collar. A little bit more than there was this morning at market open. So that's probably significant. I think that gives us a tiny bit more upside range. $40.70, unless we fail here. Not quite yet, huh? Let's check zero DT at the money contracts are super cheap today. Zero DT at the money. I feel like we'll be anchored to 40.65. And probably, yeah, well, I can see us. So, all the market participants want to pump up the market and try to take advantage of the collar pulling back, right? As the market makers shed the rest of their hedge. If AMD had a 10% drop today, I'd be so happy. I bought my first bond yesterday, just sorted by highest effective yield available through my broker. Brickfield Properties, 4% coupon with effective 7.9% yield at 2026 maturation. Am I a boomer? Sounds like it. NVIDIA will never have a red day. It will rise into Why is zero DTE so cheap on the call side? Calls are cheap. At what price are you stopped out of your strangle calls? I think if the premium drops like 5% right now. Roughly. It's pretty tight. Where do you see options data like what, Chris? Can a company move its ticker from NOS, NYSE, to NASDAQ if wanted? Yeah. They can apply to transfer it. At what price will you be stopped out of your strangle calls? Okay, answered that. QQQ to the NASDAQ. What SPY is to SPX. Yes, QQQ to NDX, what SPY is to SPX. Therefore, straddling 4065 in the middle of the day, lull, a reasonable strategy. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad one, actually. If wanting Upstart to go up, but okay to own at a good bargain price, then CSP are the way to go, right? Generally speaking, yeah. I can understand a market moving up, but gapping up every day for a week feels like something is off, and I can't put my finger on it. Okay. Bank diving in for a gap fill. Upstart up 20% from the low. I'm just glad I got out of CCs profitably. Okay. There are overnight gaps all the time. On what data are they raising the price target of Nvidia? It's getting ridiculous. None. I don't think there's anything that supports a bull thesis of 3025 or 325. Um at least not in their financials. They're using more speculative analysis to determine the market share of AI technology and what that will mean for Nvidia in the future. Except that data is basically made up. You think SPX gets rejected at 4078? It could get rejected sooner than that. There's call interest at 4075, some at 4080, but I don't think that necessarily means that we're gonna go that high. Is this officially a clown market now? No, just pumpy. Collar rolls tend to be crazy anyway. Tom Lee's April 4250 SPX prediction doesn't look so crazy now, does it? Yeah, it does. Pump it up, 12K soon. I think we top 4100 before dumpies. I could see there being some interest in us filling that gap to the upside at like 4081. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. How's NVIDIA not labeled a meme stock by now? Or it should have been labeled a meme stock a long time ago. The only difference between this insane run-up on NVIDIA and all the other insane run-ups on NVIDIA that have happened in the past is that you guys are participating in this one. I'd like to request new terminology to replace bull bear and shark shrimp. Can we start using crime clown? Ugh. They're using NVIDIA AI technology to evaluate the worth of AI technology. Basically. Upstart will fucking tank so hard if the market pulls back. That's what Upstart does. If you want to try to take advantage of the upside of the market and use it to sell covered calls, it's a great opportunity. But I don't think Upstart's going to like rip out of the gate anytime soon. What if Jamie rolls his calls at the top and then dumps the market to roll his puts at the bottom? They usually transact the entire trade all at once. It's a huge trade, right? So they have to like negotiate with like the market maker. So they're provided liquidity at the strikes they want. And it's generally like it's probably done in a dark pool before it ever hits the like CBOE exchange. Is the collar theory that they can control the market up down? If so, wouldn't every big player do that? A lot of them do. There's hundreds of smaller, similar hedged equity positions all over the SPX. JPM's hedged equity fund number one is just the largest. Um, its effect on the market is negligible. The effect of participants knowing about it and trying to capitalize on it is far more prevalent. The markets are also illiquid right now, very, and so the impact is more significant. If we're already pushed over the collar and then the collar is rolled, would you expect SPX to push up quickly as a result? Not necessarily. I would have been better off never touching the video. Okay. So why did you? Are you getting long dated puts with VIX so low? No, not yet. I'd probably wait till later today. I might pick up 4,000s. Maybe May. When they roll the color, the MM is going to hedge the position by shorting futures, right? Depends on where they roll it and its relation to spot. The further out of the money they roll it, the less impact it'll have. I was too early on the Netflix rip. Seems like it. It's still trading in the upper, like, target range for entry, right? Yeah, 339. It broke up to the upside of that a little bit, but not much. This is a good entry range. Can we petition the SEC to only allow green candles? We could try. I don't... So up, down, doesn't matter. They're all just green. Options. Let's... Q's back ahead of S&P. Yep. There it is. All caught up. Fubo now green in my port. Long shares transferred in with incorrect cost basis. Let's fucking go. That'll update in a couple days. Was JVM profitable on their collar through today? When does their profit or lose money? They're profitable on it as long as the market is between 40.65 and what was it, 36.30. Well, actually 30.60. So, yes. Essentially, 1 quarter ago, they sold 40,000 covered calls at 40.65. Cat is onto something with that. The cat is onto something with that request. I think we get to 280 on Nvidia. Seems like 275 is a strong resistance. There's a lot of sold calls at 275. And long interest is kind of starts to dwindle off as it moves towards 290. Above 290, long interest is pretty minimal. You can just short Netflix now? Yeah. I mean, that's a thing you can do. I don't understand the question. Thoughts on FSLR price action? I mean, it's probably... Actually, it's not really doing that well. It's holding up with the rise in the market, but it's really not getting a lot of interest outside of, you know, having some price stability. Seems to be avoiding that upper 217 range. You shouldn't be losing out on it too hard. It should be mostly flat, depending on where you bought in. I'll go a little higher here. How would a poor copy the JPM collar on a smaller scale? You would just sell a smaller collar. You could do it on SPY. You could just throw your money in JPM's hedged equity fund. That's probably the easiest way to copy it. Do you have any cannabis stocks? No. I own some Mo, but that's it. VIX moving up with SPX. A little bit. VIX is kind of not doing a lot today. When they roll the collar, is the effect of the futures hedge being dumped the reason for the downs? Well, the calls have already been bought back yet. Generally speaking, JPM doesn't shed any hedges on it until after they've rolled it, right? You wouldn't shed the hedge before you rolled it because it's advantageous to roll a collar from a higher price. JPM collar is currently popped, and they're planning on rolling that collar down. Yeah, they roll the collar today. Thoughts on Tesla? What the fuck is so hard to understand about this? Will markets go up forever? When can J-Pow bring down the hammer on the markets? Well, he probably isn't bringing down any hammers until the next Fed meeting. Did you buy back your 1875 CCs? No. They're right there. They're up about 5% so far. If they roll the color down, that's signify. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. You could sell a collar on eBay as well. Is that Jeppy? No. NVIDIA 270, 250, 0 DTE puts are 80 cents right now? Are they not pricing in a pullback at all? No, they're $2 out of the money, 0 DTEs, right? Almost $2 out of the money? Yeah. 250. It's not that they're not pricing in a pullback. They're fucking out of the money. And they expire today. You could look at the options flow or the OI on the JPM collar. STD slot machine. Does rolling the collar have a longer term effect on price? Should SPX go up, down, or neutral? I mean, theoretically, it shouldn't have any effect on price. It does, but it shouldn't. JPM collar rolls to 5% out of the money from end of day price today, 3.5 to 5.5% from spot. No problem, man. I've got some pretty tight stops on my overnight calls. Am I big dumb? I don't know. I have some pretty tight stops on my overnight calls too. If you were Jamie D, would you give two fucks where the collar was while sitting on the patio of your beachfront mansion? Absolutely fucking not. Chances Jamie goes under $21 today. Looks pretty good. Um, can you mod me so I can ban anyone who says collar? I'm thinking about it. Gert gonna have to take an aneurysm break early today. I'm calling it out, not biased at all. SPX 3900, AMD 300, or 80, AMD 85, NVIDIA 300. Okay. Jesus Christ. Is there a solid amount of OI on the June SPX put contracts at round numbers, 4,000, 3,800, to front run the JPM collar and ride that bid up? Yes, there's a lot of puts at 4,000, 3,950, 3,900, 3,800, 3,850. All of the gamma on the options chain for SPX right now is skewed due to the insane amount of gamma at 4065. If you're negatively affected by the collar, do you have cholera? Chances Nvidia goes below 150 today, pretty fucking low. Are you closing your 421 to 385 puts? 3850? No. Okay, now for PCE questions. Why PCE good, but bad, but good? PCE is still up, right? So prices are still rising, which is why PCE is a forward indicator of inflation. Also, incomes are down. So prices up, incomes down, bad. I just went super degen and made $4 on prices aren't up as much as analysts expected them to be, but they're still up. I just went super degen and made $4 on 4005p. Zero DT. Don't ask me how, but a win is a win. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. calls on Hala. Gherk, my wife is mad at me because I stayed out late and forgot to call her. What do? Oh, I don't know, Kendra. You should play a Skillshare ad every time someone mentions the color. Michigan sentiment and inflation expectations out now. Ooh. Hold on. Already? Jesus Christ, that went by quick. Ooh, consumer sentiment down. Below analyst estimates. Inflation expectations are slightly down. Consumer expectations final also down. 5-year inflation expectations are flat against the analyst expectation for them to drop. Current conditions down overall. Not bullish. Michigan consumer expectations, sad. Raid collar legends. And let's say hypothetically someone went full port puts yesterday. Is there a form they can fill out for a bailout the way banks get one? No. They would have to just wait or lose their money. Banks are special. We need them. They present systemic risk. There's no systemic risk to be found in your fucking $4,000 portfolio. Why do we care so much about what these people who live in Michigan think? It's not... Ah, fuck it. I'm not going to explain it. PMI down while PC up. Stag. Yeah. Consumer sad. Stock happy. Is that bearish? It just sounds neutral. It's not great. It's also not that important. It's just the final revision of their report. Peak repetitive regard questions today. This is one of those days where Greek thinks about shutting the stream down forever. Already thinking it. I'm gonna sell some more fucking upstart covered calls here in a second. This is nice. Yeah. Sell them at 14. Hmm. Maybe I'll wait. We have plenty of time. Should get a better fucking entry on these puts. I'm sorry it's 16 and I miss out on profits. Where's your cover call at? But I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, it'll come right back. Yeah. All these 50 BPS up days, and people forget that the market can have 250 BPS down days. Gork, odds that JPM rolls the collar down and we move to the 3780, 3900 range. They're going to roll it 3.5 to 5.5% from spot. Let me explain this in a way that people can understand so I don't have to explain it again. They're going to roll the collar 3.5 to 5.5% from whatever spot is. Spot is the price of the market at the time they roll it. All right? And no, you can't use spot remover to change spot. Christ. But it's not. There's no up or down. It's a fucking collar. They just roll it out. The calls will be 3.5 to 5.5% to the upside. And the puts will be 3.5 to 5% to the downside. It's right in their fucking prospectus. It sounds like maybe you were misinformed. They sell the puts 20. The sold puts are 20%. Tim. The bought puts are 3.5 to 5%. The sold puts are also irrelevant unless the market crashes. How's the SPX options flow looking? I haven't gotten a chance after I answered 900 questions about a collar. It looks like all the OI is still at 4065. Call volume moving up all the way up to 4100. Put volume, not as significant, but a lot of it coming in at 4065, 4070, 4060. All of the gamma for the day is still massively skewed because of the giant collar and all the positioning at 4065. You've completely confused me. I wish you'd explain this in plain English rather than obscure financial terms you're using. Oh. Why is GM for GME still increasing? Does it drive any hopium? No. The opposite, in fact. GM is becoming wildly detached from the current price. Okay, for the rest of the day, I'm not answering any question about the collar unless the collar is rolled. Just ban anyone who asks about the collar. Ooh, that's a good idea. Would you care to read my DD on how various interactions of charm... What's that, JT Acula? And the JPM collar are the single largest driver of price action on SPX? I think you can take that, DD, and you can fucking ram it right up your ass. Don't make me go off on that rant where everyone's like, oh, it's charm. The market went up because of charm. $1.8 billion worth of charm per 1% move is far more impactful than the 1.23 trillion in Delta. Fuck off. God. You know, I really fucking hate Twitter finfluencers. Sign up for their newsletter and trade their ideas and leave me the fuck alone. Like $250 a month for you to make. I mean, you'll make at least 2% a quarter. Or you won't, because you'll mismanage the trades there too. But either way, hey, Gork, I just wanted to thank you for all the hard work you do and your patience with chat asking the same questions over and over again. Quick question, is JPM rolling the collar? You're a son of a bitch, dork. You know that? Thanks for fielding all the repetitive questions. You're a trooper. A lot of us learn just watching the stream mostly. Have you considered changing your name to Gherk GPT? I haven't, Max. I'd like to replace myself with Gherk GPT some days. Darla, your husband is not smart and is losing money on zero DTA options. You should probably leave him. Wait, did you just have me read that to your wife? Mod me and I'll make chat awesome for you. It'd just be me, you, and Dork making stonk daddy bets. Speaking of which, did you know that I am now Dork's stonk daddy as of yesterday, making me your stonk grandfather? Fuck you. You can shove your jam croissant right up your ass where it belongs. Hey, Gherk man, remember how powerful you were when you didn't engage emotionally? We love Spicy Gherk, but he doesn't love your blood pressure. Thanks for all you do. The sun is getting really low, Big Pickle. No, for real. Thank you for all you do. Thanks, Spicy Otter. On behalf of the Pickle Jar, fuck NVIDIA. I couldn't agree more. What an absolute piece of overvalued shit. When JPM pop the color granddaddy? I think your signal to us is the color has been rolled. Okay, yeah. This is excellent, by the way, Fluffy. I like that you're just deleting all the color questions before I catch up in chat. Would you rather have 100 shares of Google or AMD in 2023? I wouldn't buy either one of them right now. They're overpriced. CM, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Gherk, I love you. Thanks, Ghosted Dan. I love you too. Only because you're undead. Do MMs get their charms at Claire's in the mall? Actually, they buy them from Juicy Couture. But thank you for asking the best question of the day, Struggleworks. I appreciate that. Can you unban me on Discord? I don't like you. That's tough. I'll think about it. A lot of undead people in here related to stocks. How is Bipolar Bear banned and not emergency exit? That's a good question. I've banned emergency exit before for various periods of time. And then unbanned him because he entertains me. You don't like anyone, true, but I like you less than them. I'm trying a new strategy for NVIDIA short, using CFDs, no expiration date, but an overnight theta cost for holding the position. It should go down in the next year, right? Right? You better hope so. Wasn't Bipolar Bear supposed to be in jail for hitting a cop? I don't remember. NVIDIA pumping just played with Chat GPT with hard tech questions. It worked massively, reduced time to prototype estimate by 6 months. Wall Street confusing NVIDIA and OpenAI. Most people think, I think if you polled people, they would tell you that NVIDIA owns OpenAI. Thanks for the entertainment and all that you do, man. A riddle for you. It goes around the neck of your dog, and you can attach a leash to it. What is it? A harness? Fun fact, I use the same box manufacturer for the skincare boxes products that Juicy Couture uses for its boxes. Wait, so you sell skincare products? On Amazon? Is that how you ended up on this stream, Stefan? This explains so much. What do you think of the theory that FinTwit has that CTAs are driving the price action of the last few days? You got me? I know. Thanks, Teaspoon. That doesn't seem unreasonable. Most of our volume has been in futures, so sure. On behalf of myself and Tom Lee, I love NVIDIA. If you disagree with this pronunciation, ask my lawyer. Oh, Jesus. Fuck the pores and their stupid questions. Just read a book. Just one. If anybody in this fucking chat had read options as a strategic investment, I would not have to answer a single question about fucking collars. Getting a hip replacement in a few days. I can't wait to be well again for the country club lifestyle. I've been watching for years, bro. Keep it up. Thanks, fresh and free. I hope your operation goes well. Where does SQQQ start to look good to you? I mean, I have some CSPs out on it right now, but I don't think I'm going to get assigned. Unless the market dives hard today. I might sell some today for next Friday. I don't hate the range it's trading in right now. I'd be willing to buy shares of it, but if I don't get assigned on CSPs that are $1 in the money every week, then I just don't get assigned on CSPs, right? I have 32s out right now. I don't see that happening today. Stelosaurus. Why did you get muted? Lastly, fuck this cloud market. Ko-Fi Sim like therapy. Thanks for taking my money and letting me vent. No problem, man. Yeah, it's bullshit right now, but it usually comes to its senses given enough time. You were mad. Look at Bobby and laugh. That always helps. Also, thanks to whoever banned me. All I did was ask about something that was being told not to ask. Wait, what? Who banned you? No one banned you. You talking about Fluffy deleting your message about the collar? Spy hitting 410 today? I want these lottos to print. I don't think so. Maybe? I mean, you're not the only person buying calls at 4,100. But that doesn't mean that any of you are correct. I guess if we're above the collar when they roll it, maybe. I read 8 pages of options of strategic investment every weeknight before I go to bed. It's super dense, so 8 pages at a time is all I can handle and hope to retain usually. Slowly but surely. Look at, god damn it. Hey Gorg, first time watcher, first time caller. Thanks Tim Timmery, member of 19 months. I heard this is where all the hottest influencers come for the best cosmology tips. I'm in the market for a new jade roller and face scrub. Do you have any advice? Thanks. For face scrub, you can get raw psyllium husk on Amazon. You mix it with a small amount of water and rub it on your face. You make like a paste with it. And then just scrub your face with that. Fluffy keeps beating me to the punch. The most important journey this channel has taken me on is going from loving to hating the word MOASS. Can you speak to how you manage your SREF position with no options on it? I just buy it when it's below NAV. And then at some point, I plan to sell it above NAV. You could do dispersion trading on it with options on something like Eura. Fluffy took out that members chat. Hey man, check out D's. It's actually nuts. Your put collar in your milestone message, you're wasting it. He can't read it like a normal chat. Just saying. Fair enough. Futures look like it's about to break down. I hope so. I don't know. Not yet. No. Futures looks like it's going to retest 4,100 here. I don't know why everyone wants to hold Jamie's bags for him. Is there any data? There's no data, right? The data's a lie. Upstart running, late OPEX, or liquidity resolution? No, market up. Upstart O liquid. What I use for face scrub is for organic raw sugar mixed with sweet almond oil, like 20% oil, 80% raw sugar. Sweet almond oil chemistry matches human skin sebum. Scrub face and shower. Gross. It's even funnier that it's gotten to this point because the title of the stream encourages questions about it. I know. Is that the largest futures buy so far? Damn, that's a lot of volume. Mixed signals here. I guess this pump is irrelevant. I realized I couldn't sell it because it's only 2 ingredients. Add a fragrance. Then it's 3. For real though, I'm quitting vaping and quitters never win. No wonder my port is down this week. I can see that making you anxious. I see GME tapping the trend at 22.91 before consolidating on the 1 hour. Okay. The trend on Jimmy is a downtrend. I know. I'm not sure averaging down really helps me here. Yeah, VIX moving up a little bit. Any liquidity being realized on Upstart? I could check. Probably a bit, yeah. Not much. A little bit, though. I think the biggest problem with Upstart is they ran out of this morning's liquidity very, very quickly. So, probably hard to get any inventory to internalize with. Nasdaq's DMM, while more efficient, is less nuanced. Is this a day where you scalp 5% here and there and call it a win? I'd be okay with that. Futures volume staying pretty high here. High volume, but price isn't improving much. Bearish? Did you get assigned on more Upstart? No. I had $13 CSPs out, but they don't expire for a little while. I've got until April 21st. Or 13, yeah, 13. 13 and just 13. I think when OI update, I think this is the rolling. Let's see. Not yet, it's not. Holy fucking shit, there's a lot of OI at 4065. $413 million gamma at 4065 right now, JFresh. I kind of want to buy another put here. No, I'd imagine there'll be a lot of volatility after the collar's rolled as well. There's the 4075 test. Interesting. Market makers could stall out an actual market crash with that hedge. Well, maybe not, but still crazy. Where have all the bears gone? Have they flipped to bulls? This is painful. They're bullish for now until they start losing money being bullish, and then the bulls will disappear. It happens every time. Market-wide T+2 exposure next week from this week's climb. Market-wide T+2 exposure next week from the climb. Not necessarily. Not if the price drops back. Oh, dear Lady VWAP, may you save us from this bullish clowns, even as you keep us from destruction at the hands of bears in redder times. Does the liquidity model been sufficiently improved that it can be used for day trading? I mean, the information it gives you isn't really indicative of price. It's an analysis tool, but So we're set up for the biggest rug pull ever. I don't know if we're set up for it, but a rug pull could happen. Ew. Huh. Now that we got our PCE data, barring any crisis over the weekend, is next week going to be more flat, boring, range-bound nonsense? I answered the first time you asked that, Seymour. No, generally, the week following the collar roll is the week into and after the collar roll are very volatile. I think you missed a Ko-Fi, maybe, if I didn't see. Oh, there was a young maid from Madras who had a magnificent ass. Not round and pink as you probably think. It was gray, had long ears, and ate grass. Beautiful. IWM ripping in comparison to everything else. What does that signal to you? Risk on? I mean, it generally overperforms in whatever direction the market's moving. I don't think it's so significant that you would call it a risk on in comparison to, NASDAQ and SPX. But it is up. ETH about to break local highs. Oh no, no, I don't watch ETH. How far out are you buying 4,000s? Like May 19. Uh, futures volume starting to grind down. Curious. Technically, I would want. At the money call here. Maybe not. Hmm. Isn't that massive head and shoulders forming on SPX on the daily? Quite possibly. Yes. Are flags and pennants valid on all time frames? Yeah, generally. Less so on, like, the longer out you get, the less valid they become. Like, if you go out to the weekly, they're kind of irrelevant. But daily down through, like, the 1 minute, sure. Hmm. Holy fuck, that head and shoulders on the daily is something to consider. Yeah. With bank uneasiness and contagion fears this month, the grind up from the bottom in March has been impressive. Manufactured? Seems like a better way to describe it. 4112. Think so. Do you think Carr has enough momentum to fill the gap around 208? I have no idea. I haven't looked at it in a while. Possibly. Looks like it's getting ready for another pre-earnings run. Yeah, I don't see why not. Looks pretty good. I'd maybe wait for volume to start to pick up a little more, but it looks decent. I think this is gonna staircase up just one more time. Put pricing is rising. Interesting. But I get the feeling I'm gonna get fucking rug pulled on my call here. Where's the top of that gap? 4089. I put ES at 4112 ish. A little higher maybe. I have a put. Your call is safe. It looks so on track to fill that gap, right? Jesus, the downside gaps are huge. Interesting. Yeah, Ninja Trader's great. Iton's research seemed to be quite bullish on GME. And what was that? GME 500 end of year or ban? It's not a bad thesis. Thoughts on a Tesla short here? Is it in range yet? It's a little bit above. I would confirm a breakdown before I entered one. That's like right at resistance, but yeah, I would confirm a breakdown. There's a shitload of sold calls at 200 on Tesla, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets rejected. But don't get like faked out by a rejection and then the market rallies, right? Uh, is that there's got to be like one more hard pump left in this, right? I don't really know if that's valid. Upstart breaking down. Ooh, I wanted to sell some covered calls on that. Oh, the IV bump wasn't bad on Upstart, actually. Maybe I'll sell them out of the money. Eh, nah. For other people that say the market doesn't make sense, I would argue that it accurately reflects our country. For not great theta positions, how do you balance average down versus buying longer dated? Is averaging down a 39.50 April 21 that I'm down 50% idiotic? I can break even if we hit 39.50 by 413. Thanks. I mean, it's not idiotic to average it down, but you don't have a lot of theta left. And the problem is, unless you're selling a position against it, right? Then you're just gonna continue to realize theta burn, right? So generally, if I have like an option that moves like out of the money or out of the range we're trading in, I'll sell. I'll sell like a cash secured put or a call against it, right? Not everyone has that option, but you can turn it into a spread, or you can reverse the directionality of a of like a binary option by turning it into a spread. And then, when you hit like upside resistance or you start trading in the range that you were in originally again, you can close that spread out and then, profit off whatever's left of potential downside. And that way you offset your theta decay, and you can also, maybe pick up some profits on the upside as well. Every once in a while, I draw a line, and then you draw the same line, and it makes me think I might actually be learning something. I'm so glad I inversed your NVIDIA play. I inversed my NVIDIA play. Hey, Gorg, are my 20 Bobby shares safe? $20 Bobby share safe. From profit, yeah. Tesla being bullish with quarter end deliveries coming out over the weekend. Big expectations. Hmm. No, deliveries are probably up, right? They've been lowering their prices for a couple months now, so yeah, it could be. I'm probably, if I move into a short on Tesla, I'm looking at like 90 days, 120 days. So I'm not particularly. I have some puts already. I had some shorter dated ones that I closed on Tuesday. I'd probably enter more at like 200, maybe also at like 220. I don't know if it'll go up to 220, but if it did, I'd be okay still shorting in that range. NVIDIA September 190p enough theta. It's a lot of theta. But is it enough theta? Might be. There's definitely enough theta for you to find out if it's enough theta. I like the September strike on NVIDIA and Jan 2024. I think most of my position is, well, no, I still have near the money stuff or nearer the money stuff for like May that I've been buying. So I have some 250s for May, 240s. Um for June I have some like 220s, 200s. I still have May 200s. I have some like I'm out of the money shit that's probably just gonna burn up. But for further out of the money, like under 180, yeah, September or Jan. Noted, turd. Show us your mullet. I don't have a mullet yet. 4090 gap fill inevitable? I don't know. I see about $6 of range on futures, and it may not even, like with volume dying off, it may not even get there. I know someone that used margin as life savings to buy Nvidia at 190. He couldn't take it anymore and sold at 140. Rough. University of Michigan revises consumer confidence index lower for March. Long-term inflation expectations remain high. Yeah, we saw it when it came out an hour ago. I don't know. Alright, is futures gonna test this? I don't really have any feelings about Express right now. I think it's undervalued. They might have to reverse split. I don't know what the fuck you mean by we finally get the market correction. If we get a market correction, Express gets much cheaper. I'll probably buy more of it. I bought 407 4075C yesterday for $3 a contract. Would you take profits now, or do you see us climbing a little more? I like I said, I think ES still has about $6 of range, which, you know, puts SPX just a little above 40. Would put SPX just a little above 40.80. I don't think it'll stay there for very long, but I don't think it's impossible. A 519 SPY 385p. Better to cut, reposition now, or wait out today before deciding. Feeling like I'm way too far out of the money now with the last few days of ups. $519, 385. I mean, you could reposition if you want to, or you could wait and reposition in a better range. I don't know. Maybe wait until the quarter's most volatile event has ended before making any decisions with long-term positions, right? Historically, April has been a bullish month for the markets. Do you think we see more upside due to probably falling inflation? And where did you get the data that April is historically positive for stocks? Is this from CNBC or Wall Street Bets? Seasonality in stocks, equities varies wildly year over year, every year. There are no, you know, true statements like April is bullish for stocks. They're all inherently false. April is simply April. That's just shit they say on the news. Yeah, past performance is no guarantee of future results. No, Gork, apply astrology to trading. Rather not. Thoughts on 519, 410 spy puts? Too early to buy. Thoughts? You want to buy in the money spy puts? For 519? So 45 DTE in the money spy puts. Seems early. Because they're in the money. This is a Virgo market. It'll drive upwards due to its passionate nature. April is inherently bullish because look at past data points. Same like place your bets on red because 9 of the last 10 spins have landed on red. Yeah. Can we see 40-50 today? Sure. Hey, I'm a Virgo. Good for you, Hazy. Easter is so good for the economy. You think we get back to 15 by May or too low now? What, on GME? We could. Let's see why not. No, I don't have any CCs out on Fubo. If it went a little higher, I might sell them at $1, but that's really not doing that well. What's this gonna do? Another bounce? Jesus, this is pretty weak. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's gonna, but... Holy fuck, this is dull. Oh, man. You're trying to capture the downside at the end of a run and time... And your time horizon for your strike to go in the money is around 1 month. How much Theta would you buy? Like 45 to 60 days? At least. That way, you know, a month from now, you kind of have an idea. 60 is better if you're a month out. Because then at 30 DTE, you know if you probably have a pretty good idea if your thesis is correct. SPX 2800 by mid-April. I've made 21 Ps. Win roll. You haven't hit 45 DTE yet, so you're probably not in too bad of a spot right now. Is Upstart just running with the market, and because no liquidity now? Once the market turns down, will it too? Yeah. Unfortunately. Its sensitivity to the market is really fun, though. There's a lot more opportunities to sell calls than GME. I wish they did these after hours movements during the day so we could have more fun together here. Yeah, it'd be cool. Does anyone in chat know what causes IV to spike for puts? Is it the same with IV on calls, as in it's the risk priced in? What causes it to go up? Just increase in the VIX? The market maker just simply raises the price of it. I mean, if you want to know the root cause and increases in volatility, the market maker says, I'm going to charge more for that. Now that's, yeah, influenced by historic volatility and VIX and open interest, but and the risk-free rate, but also just they can charge more for it. Hey man, look at the options chain. Just comparing daily volume to open interest. Tell you how much has been sold off. But, no. And are being held for more. Yeah, absolutely not. It just tells you how much volume. Why is Upstart going up? The market's going up. You could ask that same question about like 40 other stocks today, and the answer would be the same. SPX about to tank. No, I think it's gonna maybe move a little higher. Maybe not. I should probably set a stop on this call. Uh, Sell it at commission. Lame. It'd be cool if it went up a little bit more. What are you trying to do there? Nope. Is this it? Oh, the thing I've been waiting for. Yes. That was epic. Ah, I hate the mid-afternoon. Why is sky blue and not bluish green? Fraction? It's too late, Hazy. I got stopped out at 15%. I still have, I still have my straddle calls. Because for some reason we haven't gone out down at all today. Could time me out. What did I say? I don't know. Holy fuck, man. I'm very close to falling asleep. What's your question? I don't see it anywhere in the chat at all. I just see you asking, would you answer my question? The Bobby meltdown is the most interesting thing this week. Have they finally given up? What keyboards do you have? It's like a ducky. That Strangle at 40250 yesterday was Chef's Kiss. Yeah. Strangles are nice. 4100. Let's do it. Nah. Future's almost testing 4112. So close. I feel like that's a significant resistance somewhere. I just don't know where. No, it's horizontal resistance. Hmm. Wake up with a funny story. A friend got mad at me for smelling his sister's underwear. I didn't know if it was because she was still wearing them or because the rest of the family was there. Either way, it made the rest of the funeral very awkward. Nice. Someone bought 22K at 75 cents yesterday. What a fucking moron. There are definitely people who don't seem to understand what dilution will do to the underlying price. Yeah, I see that. Gherkin, I'm rapidly moving past bankruptcy. This here is advanced bankruptcy. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. You finally done it. I'm sure Bobby will have a 50% day, and they will all go crazy, not realizing the actual monetary value of the move is 25 cents. And they invested their 401k into a dying towel store. Yep. Hey, there it goes. Futures has done it. It's broken through 4112. Impressive. Ooh, VIX went way the fuck up. Hmm. I think I cut my straddle calls. Is this the time to cut them? It is, right? The fact GME price hasn't collapsed since earnings gives me a tingly feeling in my plums. Really? When does this madness stop? Asking for my portfolio manager. I don't know. I'm not messing with you, Mr. Gold. You know, you can see if your message is being blocked by just clicking on it. What do you get when you mix human DNA with goat DNA? Kicked out of the zoo. That's disgusting, Jamin Diamond. I'm putting PBRA and EC here. Am I regarded? I don't have anything to say except this is the crash that will never come. I don't expect the market to crash. Que sera, sera. Everyone needs to stop betting on, like, black swan events and just play what the market gives you, because it's not always going to be what you want. We can keep you alert by asking more questions about leather necklaces if need be. I'm alright, thanks though. There's still $5 of gap to be filled here. Should I just buy a call in case? Probably. Wish I hadn't gotten stopped out of the other one. Ugh. Why is my message being removed? You're probably using a word in it that's banned by YouTube. Market is for sure going to crash. Well, going down to 4,000. Yeah, that's not really a crash. That's not even like that steep of a correction. Hey, Gurk, I'm back. What does position look like on SPX? We've kind of hit the top of the call interest here. I'm just worried that they're going to pump more with futures. I should probably put a stop in on this. It needs to be at 680. Oh. Well, we managed to fill like $3 of that upside gap on SPX so far. Futures got rejected at 40.15. For this says it's bullish that GME hasn't crashed since earnings. It's pretty simple. For every call bought, an opposing player sells a call. They're range bounding GME and netting obligations. They're just shorting the volatility. I mean, that doesn't help them net obligations. But they are netting obligations slowly over time. They got like a lot of liquidity this morning in the pre-market. They're pretty prepared for whatever volatility today brings. There's still uh, there's still a chance more liquidity is realized because we've stayed in, like, arbitrage has remained negative. It's not really, with the market rising, arbitrage isn't improving, right? Isn't three upside gaps in a row rare? Do you think these will fall rapidly to the downside when they finally do? Probably. Oh, fucking Christ. Alright, well, I'm not gonna go any longer there. Yeah, hope you're well. What do you find of countries attempting to settle commodities and FX? Do you have any thoughts on the relationship between foreign currency and commodities prices? Are you just talking about oil? I assume you're just talking about oil. Is this like a fucking BRICS question? No one cares, including the US. Gorg, can you give me any hopium that we see a pullback next week? Sure, we could see a pullback next week. But they fell to the downside today in all likelihood. All of them? No, probably not. Yeah, slowly over time. That's my point. Could be a million a day, could be two, but eventually those obligations to the after hours run will be gone. Then we drop. Yeah. I mean, they may just blow them off all at once to get rid of them instead of continuing to carry it. But even if they do, they've waited long enough that the call chain's no longer bullish, right? So it presents like no risk for them to run it up into all their sold calls really fast, and then the market maker will just slam it right back down again. So I think there's still potential that we run because they just blow off all the obligations at once, right? But I think it'll be super short lived, like October 31st, right? Where it's just like we just like open rip, and then by 10 o'clock we're right back at open again. I know it's almost always meaningless, but RSI on most time frames is 80 or 90. Yeah, it's really not hard to tell that the market's overbought. ETF funds that carry treasuries carry the same liquidity risk as banks carrying treasuries. When JPM rolls are color, are we gonna see 4150? Not necessarily. Gork, we're up quite a lot. I didn't know SPX could keep on trucking like it is. Time to buy calls? Do whatever you want. So they wait until most of the calls drop off before they do that. Before who does what? That's on 90 DT condors on SPX with a wide spread, say $600. Honestly, risky. Wait, JPM hasn't rolled yet? No. Oh. Boring. Does it really benefit me to average that down at all? Not really. Okay, NVIDIA double topped this morning. Curious. What's up, Tesla fans? How's that short looking? I'd wait a little longer. It opened high today, so there's no reason not to wait to enter. Downside price target for SPX today if we reverse. I mean, there's still a lot of support at 40.50 right now, so probably 40.50. Unless it moves too fast or there's a ton of capitulation at that strike. I don't think it would move much beyond that into the end of the day. Generally speaking, the day of the collar roll is pretty flat. Like once it finds a level, it doesn't generally trade too far from it. Until the collar is rolled, and then you get a lot of volatility, but that's usually right at the end of the day. Is GME internalization high? Because its action and volume is at odds with the market. Not particularly, or at least DPI has been moderately low, but flat. Pray for my upstart April 6th 15 CCs. Pray for my early assignment so I can get more CSPs. I hope it works out for you, man. Even with this push, the OI for puts on SPY 421 continues to go up like crazy. I know. It feels icky not wanting to go long or short on anything right now. I'm sitting 85% cash today. I mean, sometimes you just have to wait for shit to happen. Sometimes the best decision is to just wait. I mean, if you're gonna go short, does it really matter if you go short at like 40.80 or 40.30 if the market's gonna tank? I think the more important thing is when, you go short and target 39.50 and the market goes to 39.20, that you don't let the market go back to 4,100 before closing your fucking puts. I know, it's crazy, right? But if you just closed them when they were worth money, you might be doing better at this. He's sharing my secret strategy. Words hurt, Gurk. You know what hurts? When I do analysis and it's completely correct, and then people overhold because they're greedy and then lose money, and then whine about losing money for fucking weeks on end. Are those called profits? Yes. Oh, now I get it. So, man. I'm like 80% of the year. Sure, I'm down like 30% in the last 5 days, but up is still up. Yeah. The other time is because I hold too long. I hold the opposite side too long, hoping for a better exit. Why not just like buy a put or a call on the opposite side? So the longer you hold waiting for an exit and the more it moves against you, the more money you keep making. I used to overhold but never wind. Now I make money and complain more. Congratulations. Thoughts on near the money SQQQ calls 3045 DT once it drops below 30. I'm hoping to capture profits if the market pulls back next week. Okay. It doesn't seem terrible. I mean, I have CSPs out on SQQQ. I'm probably not going to be assigned it on them, but I'm probably going to sell more of them today. My cat calls are up. Thank you. No problem. Do you see it continuing in the upward channel it is in? And is dropping out of that channel a good sign to cash out? Yeah. It could continue up. There's some sector shift that's helping profit. But I would have a pretty close stop. I do have a pretty close stop on cat. Looking for data on the JPM collar rule. Is there a source you would recommend to dig into it and stuff? Maybe a clip I can review? There's really not that much information. It's a massive. They have 3 of them. They roll on each option cycle, and they're all big fat positions. This one, the quarterly one, is the largest. They roll 3.5 to 5.5% from spot, when sell puts 20% from spot. That's it. That's all the information on it. There's nothing more exciting than that. Do you have to wear a tight skirt for your cat calls to be up? No, I don't think it's a necessity. Check DMs. What do you got, turd? This will wake you up. Oh, I missed redline. That shit'll fuck your kidneys up. I've done this before. I've done it with vodka, but I've done it before. Secret NVIDIA run penis. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Thoughts on SPX moving further up from where it is? Eh. Might retest 4085. Yep. 4084. Any important data and events between now and SLD that will drive some market action? Yeah. Yeah, there's employment data next week. I think we have ISM next week also. And then all of that into CPI during SLD. CPI and PPI are both during the SLD period this time. They're on Wednesday, Thursday. Boop. Nope. SLD starts on the 12th. Do you still think this is propping up ETFs while longs sell their large cap stocks? Or is this market pump something else? No, it's just more of that. Mind taking a look at NVX? I'm thinking about getting a long-term position on a retest of 13. It's the battery company I asked you about a couple months ago. Oh, I don't care about them at all. I'm not really interested in that. Long-term position, a retest of 13? Okay. What's the bull case here? They just make batteries? They make better batteries, maybe? Hmm. They don't make money, though. So your hope is that during a recession, they're going to make money? Hmm. Interesting. Maybe. Have a great day, Greg. I'm gonna go for a walk and listen to Securities Analysis by Graham. Later, Nitu. Inflation fixed. Today's data would indicate that no, it's not. Bobby just dropped to 49 cents. Yeah, it's a piece of shit. Girk definitely craving some pineapple pizza. Gross. Bull case, they make better batteries. Okay. Is anyone buying those batteries? Why don't they make money making better batteries? No, the color's not rolled. Market up 7% since mid-March lows after this clown run. Is it really that far-fetched to think we could drop back to or under 3,900 by mid-late April? Not at all. When do all of these ETF calls expire? Or are they just pumping with weeklies? I mean, they're if you look at like the gamma dispersion index, gamma dispersion is more positive than it's been, well, ever. But that's an effect that happens over time anyway. But it's quite positive right now. So that implies that people are going long indexes and short stocks. Which would imply that, indexes are being driven up by options and derivatives, and stocks are being sold. NVX is being pushed by Mark Cohodes. Oh, that guy's an idiot. Not that that is bad. He has good insights, but he pushes it so much I'm a bit sus. Did someone say SPX makes AI? No. Not that I'm aware of. Batteries too good that companies can't do planned obsolescence, so no one wants them. That's a problem. So the plan is for the market to ignore JPOW saying no cuts. Future data determines raises, then ignore actual bad data. Then the market will only go down when actual rate increases occur. Here's an idea. What if the last 3 days are simply because they're rolling the collar? Like other times they roll the collar. Tesla's still just an auto manufacturer. Do an industry comparison and you'll see that it's ridiculously overpriced. Yeah, they are. Even if you consider all of the speculation. I know they are. I have no question about Tesla being overvalued. Down about 60% on 2 SPX June 3750p. Okay. Think about selling both to buy June 4000p. Is this a decent idea for a reposition? And it's better to be closer to the money than way the fuck out of the money? SQQQ at the money call 0 DTE worth it for today? I need a runner, daddy. Probably not. That, like, of all the runners, I can't think of a worse one. But you can just grab lottery tickets on fucking SPX at that point. Speaking of which, I want some lottery tickets on SPX. Is 4,000 out of the question? Goddamn fix. 40-30 is not. Yeah, look at that. How's that upside gap looking? Still not filled. Fucking degen. Hmm. I've learned that almost every single time I trade on Friday, I lose money. Weekend exciting, clouding my judgment, or I don't know. Fridays tend to be choppy and more volatile than other days, so they're harder to make money on. Now 105K May SPY contracts have been bought in the 320, 350 range in 5 blocks. 105K May SPY contracts? 320, 350p range. Oh, okay. Those are big. Why isn't GME following the market? What? I was pretty clear about that in today's daily. My wife said the dishwasher wasn't working. I replied with, "Did your hands break?" And long story short, can I sleep on your couch this weekend? Anytime, Carl. Do you think that maybe the vol shorts are waiting for next week to cover up? Because holiday deferrals, so they can split up the covering into more chunks? GME Upstart, maybe like Jan with less holidays? Maybe. I don't know. I was thinking about picking up some GME calls at close today just to cover any potential upside. Bobby may actually be dead this time. It's been dead all along. Try to learn playing straddles on SPY. Do you normally set stops on both legs and let one fall off while letting the other ride? Sometimes. It depends on how range bound I think we are, like on the SPX. So, if I think the SPX is gonna pull back and I have enough theta, sometimes I'll average down the opposing leg, like the losing leg, versus selling it off. Or if the move isn't very significant, if we move like $15 to the upside overnight, right? I'm far more likely to hold on to the short side, as a correction back down to that price is more likely. On bigger moves, generally speaking, like if you move like 25 plus dollars away from where you opened your straddle, then you either need to hedge. So if I still think it'll pull back, uh I'll sell puts under Like, so say I have like 3 DTE left on this. I'll sell like 1 DTE puts under to offset the theta decay, and then I can kind of see what happens. It buys me time, right? If I think there's going to be like a hard rejection, or we've hit a level where there's like no more upside interest, then I can just close this and then average this down with the profits, right? And then, since I think the rejection is going to be hard, then when, that goes in the money, not only do I have more leverage, but I can profit even more on the downside move. So there's a lot of different ways to manage them. They're pretty flexible, honestly. If you don't move up sufficiently, you can strangle both sides. Like you can short strangle. So, if you have this here, you can short strangle here and here. So long, short, and you can just let theta decay. Gap's almost filled on SPX. Not quite, but very close. I think the top of it's 40.89.47. Hold on, let me see. I can just look at. I think I can look at it out here on the daily. 40.89.49. Have you ever seen SPX pump like this 3 days ago in a row? It did it like 2 weeks ago. Jimmy double bottom on the 1 day. No. This? I mean, it's over. This isn't a double bottom. This is like a bull flag. One would argue. A bullish pennant. This is more accurate. Tesla 205C, 20 cons down to 5 runners, up 530, 4 SPX 4150, just cut 2 at 100%. Now going to go make donuts? What are you gonna make donuts with? Like actual donuts? You're gonna fry them and stuff? Do you think the market making a similar move down next week is realistic? It's possible. I want to make donuts too. It sounds way more fun than watching this fucking bleed all day. Gherk, I still have my 4075C. Nice, dude. You can buy a mini donut maker for around $800. Is it like automatic donut maker? I wonder, I don't really, I may or may not have one. I don't really, see myself making donuts, but it sounds like a fun project. You know, Windmill Willie, since you're a resident of Southern California, Vietnamese and Cambodian money launderers make the best donuts in the world. Does anyone like it? Look at the daily SPX chart. We've literally had the exact same moves up and down a number of times over the past year. No, no one looks at that. We're in a bull market. Shut your mouth. It's all about the buttercream. Does the laundering enhance flavor? I don't know. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if we don't fill this gap and everybody who bought 4090 calls gets burned. They can afford better ingredients using part of their cut from the backdoor operation. So there was this like donut shop by where I lived in California. Um and the guy never had any customers ever. Not in the morning, not in the afternoon. But it was right next door to me, so I would go in there. Um and he made the best fucking donuts I've ever had. And one day I was like, so, you know, you guys are never busy. How do you stay open? And he's like, oh, we launder money. And I was like, oh, okay. I liked his honesty. Yeah, didn't even bat an eye. 99% it was owned by a Vietnamese dude. He was Cambodian. His donuts were so fucking good. And he would like, because he never had any customers, he didn't like prep donuts in the morning. So you would go in and he would just make you a donut, like fresh, like a hot, fresh donut. Or ham and cheese croissants. Fucking love that place. I hope he's still in business. Well, there was like another donut place at the other end of the block that everyone else went to. And it had like an espresso machine and terrible coffee. And everyone would like hang out on the like patio area and not actually eat anything. That's like all of Southern California though. It's just like places like food places aren't judged on their the quality of their food, but on the like social standing of the establishment. So if it's like a popular place to be and trendy, everyone will be there. But like if their food's good, that's irrelevant. Like no one will ever go there. I really can't see any of your messages. Why don't you just DM me? In Louisville, I went to a Bosnian restaurant that had awesome gyros, for unbelievably cheap. People in suits always sneaking in and going to the back. It was awesome. Huh. There's so many of those donut shops in SoCal. There's so many Cambodian and Vietnamese donut shops here. When I was a stoner, I knew the exact time fresh donuts were made at my local spot. When? You think SPX would come back down to 4070 today? I have April 6th, 406 puts down there. I'm wondering if I should cut and reposition. Up to you, man. Yes, it could. Will it? I don't know. Hmm. I feel like taking a long position here isn't a bad idea. But there's no strike with which to enter. Can I play it on SPY? Oh, gross. Oh, fuck that. SPY's garbage. That might be better. What do bulls say when you ask them why? Moo. Call it a loiterability index? So did you... I hear you properly when you said your May 200 puts on NVIDIA are going to burn up? I don't know, maybe. What does it mean the NVIDIA broke 275 above the sold calls? Man, it broke above 275 by like 50 cents. Fucking relax. There. There's the answer to both. Here's an idea. If you think your puts aren't going to print and the price moves against you, buy a call next time. Or do what I did and sell a bunch of fucking naked calls on NVIDIA at 280. It tends to be pretty profitable. Good afternoon, mister. I took the day. No money's for me today, but highly productive at work. Nice, Mike. How you doing, man? Hey, Greg, Monty Python's The Meaning of Life was released 40 years ago today. What's your favorite sketch from that movie? I like the middle of the film, Find the Fish, myself. Hmm. I mean, I think that every sperm is useful scene is by far the best. Yeah. How's long-term put positioning looking? Where's the gamma flip? Gamma flip's not trailing too far behind our current price, I don't think. Let's see where it is on the long term. 40.2250. Oh, that's interesting. Are we testing gamma neutral? Delta neutral? Ooh, delta neutral. 40.71. So we're just above delta neutral. Curious. Huh. Where I grew up, there was a guy with a cart making donuts. I've been buying from him for almost 30 years now. 2020 was the first year he raised prices since ever. Damn. Yeah, COVID was hard. Just did the math, and though I made bank on the 50% random GME run, I've now returned to profiting a net $36 on options since approval. I can run the stream anytime if you need the day off. Do you think it would be more likely at this point for us to see 4150 rather than 3950? No. I think they both have, well, 3950 actually probably has higher likelihood. Is there enough gas in the tank for 4150 to happen soon? I mean, here's the deal. No one's buying any calls up there. I feel like I've had this conversation in the past a bunch of times where people are like, we're going to 4,300 or 4,200. And I'm like, no, no one's buying that shit. And, I have to argue that for like a week and then it goes down. And then people are like, oh my God, Girk, you're such a genius. I can't believe you saw this coming. And then it goes back up again. Everyone who didn't sell at the bottom's like, fucking Girk, man. I can't believe he went short on this bull market. Have I shared with you guys the pickle jar super cycle? I think this is important. Go ahead. Find yourself. This flowchart covers everyone. I just skipped the hates Girk part. Do you? Deep down? Come on, it's alright. I've been hated before. I enjoy it. I mean, you know what I love about the pores chat is it's a great filter. Uh for knowing who fucked up their last play. They can't take responsibility for being unable to manage a position, so they blame me. I can stay short on NVIDIA for like 5.5 years at my current cost to carry. I don't give a fuck. Thanks for all you do, Pig Pickle. Thanks, Colin. I can stay short on it at 275. I can stay short on it at 300. I can stay short on it at 500. That's why I told you guys to learn to manage one position well and not lose money on it. Like if NVIDIA moves to $280 today, I'll lose $10,000 on my options position. So what I did this morning was sell $10,000 worth of covered or naked calls at 280, 250. Right? Boom. Problem solved. Well, 280, 280, 250, and 285. The 285s, I'll be honest, I sold for next week. But it's really not that fucking hard. You can also just buy calls, and they're cheaper than the puts you have because they have no theta, right? So you're like, NVIDIA's looking bullish again and moving into the upper range of its call options. Maybe I'll buy some calls. And then when it goes up, you make money, which then offsets the money you lose. This is called hedging. Ties into the hate side, but also still holding stock 6 months after Gherk exited. Complains about how shitty Gherk's plays are because they didn't want to exit with a non-billionaire level profit. You mean BBBY? Bullshift? There should be a subsection for hate self doubles down. That sounds unhealthy. How can I apply that strategy with 137.52? Don't overextend yourself so much that you only have $137 left to manage your $10,000 position, right? That's called port allocation. You don't put 80% of your portfolio into any play. I'm gonna make $10 on these. Clip that last 3-minute rant, add it to School of Stock. That's how you build up that channel. Frustrating. The gap is filled. Nope. Cool. Profits. Awful profits, but profits. Ascending wedge on the daily. Sure. Are you still adding to longer dated SPX puts in these ranges? Yeah, I'm probably gonna grab a couple 4,000s right now. Maybe. Ooh. It's not gonna be long-lived. Huh. Probably not. Now the gap is filled. No, I mean, it was filled. I think the top side of the gap was 40.8950. SPX on its way to 4,200 before going down. Not today. What's Jamie's safe word? I don't know. Banana? Can you change course in your research and find the next stock chosen for unlimited upside? I have a wedding to plan, and I think I can swing her walking down the aisle on an elephant. Okay. I bought a put with Theta. I'm still losing money. That's because the price is probably up, right? That's what happens. And then when the price goes down, that money comes back. Interesting. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna roll those up. Huh. SPX 414, 3900p, too risky. Sounds risky. Sounds like not enough time and losing $2 a day to Theta decay. Is it safe to ask about NVIDIA again? What do you want to ask? Can this thing stop going up? Probably. What's NVIDIA Gamma Max? 294.17. I think your audio is not working. Well, you can't hear me, so it doesn't matter. Fuchs is pumping a little bit. I would say Fuchs pumped and then volume's kind of dying down now. Oh, is my voice chat lagging? I don't think it is. Well, maybe a little bit. There. God, it's only 12:30. What are the chances Nvidia hits 405 and becomes $1 trillion company in the next month? Probably pretty slim. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Interesting. March of 22 vibes. The macro backdrop is worse. Yeah. We're looking 421 SPY put OI. Does that mean anything to you? Not particularly. I feel like that much OI throughout the chain is nuts. Something's gonna happen by then, or am I looking at it wrong? I mean, just because there's OI doesn't mean it's bought. So you very well could be. For making a head of shoulders, that would put us resolving to the downside end of May or mid-June. Be like mid-May. IWN and XRT pooping out right now. Yeah, things look like they might start breaking down a little bit. Not quite yet, but soon. This is our most significant pullback today, I think. Hey, I got stopped out of my straddle. Fuck. Now I actually need a call side hedge. Son of a bitch. I don't really want to get stopped out of that yet. 4100s for April 6th? No, it's not enough time. 4100. April 14. I just need to buy a upside hedge in case the collar breaks causes a breakup. Maybe I don't need to get it yet, though. Could be greedy. Yeah, I'll pick it up. What are the chances you read and answer my question of if I'm buying too much Theta on October 18, $30 VIX calls? October 18, $30 VIX. I don't think Theta is the issue there. I think buying $12 out of the money VIX calls is the issue. I thought you said Head and Shoulders and indices at that level was pointless. It is, but there's still an end point for it, right? Regardless of if I think it has any value or not. I mean, it still has an end point that's around mid-May. VIX hasn't budged a little on this rejection. No, VIX isn't going up very much. This might pull back a little bit. I don't know. I kind of hope it bounces a little so I get a fill on my upside hedge here. Tell you Pickleman 4101.52. Okay. Are further dated calls coming in? A few. 4100s. Ooh, a lot of puts coming in. Sub 4065 now. Yeah, some 4100s coming in. Some 4150s. 4175s. A lot of puts coming in at 4050, 4065, and 4030. 4065 is showing negative. Did they pull the collar? Wait, hold on. I gotta look at something here. This is not updating properly. $12.40. Okay. Well, collar's still in place. There's some downside support at 40.75. Oh, this is bouncing back. Okay, I can get a fill here. Nice. Okay. So a little bit of an upside hedge. Where would confirmation reversal for the day be? 40.85 or lower? 40.75 or lower. Do you have Gamma Max for Tesla? It's up over 5%. It's usually ridiculously far out of the money. I don't think it's relevant. But $224.07. When you put your when your put gets closer to the money, but VIX drops proportionally and your put stays the same price, it's tough being a trader. Yeah, that can always suck. I've had that happen. It's pretty shitty when the price drops and VIX drops simultaneously. Should be another put entry. 22. Hmm. Ooh. Hello, VIX. Maybe if I could short a video here. Hmm. Check an SPX position. All right. Did you enter Netflix puts? Yeah, a few farther dated ones. I picked up some Mays for 325. Oh, there goes Vix. Hello, my old friend. I've missed you. Nvidia's such a goober. Yeah. Do you ever look up the moon and wonder if I'm looking at the moon at the same time? Not once in my entire life have I thought that. But I can promise you the next time I look at the moon, I also won't think it. So Nvidia is basically a pump and dump, right? Yeah, but by people with a lot of money. Oh, hey, look, the market's selling off. Good time to cover GME obligations. Have you ever looked at a cat on the street and wondered if it was me? If I see a cat on the street, I just assume it's you. I used to trade Snap. Yeah, I traded it a few times. Is below 25 a decent entry for BTU? I want to try a short dated cash secure put. Um, how far below 25? And then what's your premium? Like what premium are you looking at in case you get assigned? How did they do that? Magic. Have you ever wondered how many people JFresh would ban in the first hour if you gave him mod powers? You know, JFresh, while he despises all of you, loves your attention. So if I ever made JFresh a moderator, I have a feeling that not very many people would actually get banned at all. Some people would, and people would get banned more frivolously than they currently do, but overall, the net banning would probably be fairly slim. And he'd probably be a pretty good moderator. He has a strong moral foundation. And for those reasons, he's not a mod. fellas, if your girl has a snap and you don't, that's a red flag. Sounds like you should get a Snapchat then. There's nothing wrong with window shopping. One of the reasons for a timeout is being in here. I got put in timeout for asking you the same question 3 times and walking out of the room each time you answered. It actually hurt my feelings quite a lot. You walking out of the room every time I answered your questions hurt my feelings. Were you stopped out of FSLR puts, or have you been averaging down? I finally hit my target entry of 500 on 519 190p. Feeling greed at these prices. How dumb am I on a scale of 1 to Fibonacci? Are you even a billionaire? Why the fuck why are you playing FSLR? FSLR is still within my buy range for puts. Yep. You can window shop all you want, Girk. I'll always be here when you get home from your Tinder call. Thanks, Darth. I really wish you wouldn't be, though. BTU CSV would give me 40 per share premium, so if I was assigned next week, 24.60 a share. It's a little pricey. You could probably get your cost basis in a decent range within like 3 months. I'm not. Yeah, BTU is kind of in a weird range. I don't really love buying it below or above, like at this price. Well, above 22. I really'd rather not. But the cash flow changes. It's probably not a terrible price. It's just not great. Is skew beneficial? I haven't looked in a little bit. Usually I'm selling more of those on it. Hold on. Generally on BT, you want, when you sell CSPs, you want to sell them with a little more theta because the IV is not very high. But I assume you're looking at like a 25 or a 25.50 for like next week. 25 to the 21st or a slightly better yield. And you get assigned at 24. Put skew's okay, but it's not great. Just know that you'll probably, if you buy at that price, you'll probably have to, you'd probably have to sell covered calls on it almost immediately in order to start bringing your cost basis down. And they just have that, like the mine fire and the shutdown period's kind of an unknown. That could, that and the potential for the market to fall from these heights makes selling that CSP like I think a little risky. So this market upside a squeeze on SPX. That's kind of like a big pump. Try to learn and understand why nothing can bring us down. We've only been going up for like 2 days. Everyone needs to chill the fuck out. I feel like these bounces have not been uncommon, and every time everyone's like, "This is a bull market," and then the next day it drops 200 BPS. Maybe just relax and see what happens. If you can't relax and see what happens, you don't have enough theta, or you've terribly positioned. So you should probably look into fixing the issues that keep you from relaxing and seeing what happens. I think the market's about to do another leg down soonish. Uh, what if I'm charitably positioned with no theta, but I'm relaxed? Okay, that works. People must have already forgotten the 6-week pump from summer last year from 3,800 to 4,300. Yeah, it would appear that way. Or just, the one from 2 weeks ago, where we went from 3,800 to almost like, what was it, 4,130? It hasn't even been that fucking long. March 2nd through March 6th. Which was literally 3 days. And, we went up. Fuck, what was it? Like 373 basis points. I don't even think this run's as big. It's not. This one's only 350 basis points. This is literally smaller than the pump we saw at the beginning of March, when everyone was like, oh my god, it's a bear market, the SLD thesis is dead. And then I just kept like buying puts. And then we dropped down to 3,800. That was fun. About to be with no audio for a bit, so if the color law changes, can you or another mod let me know? Or just let me keep doing it for lulz? Either way. And you could do it all day if you want to. I don't care if I never read another comment about JP Morgan's fucking collar again. We will all position long, though, at the start of March, weren't we? I was for some reason. I can't recall why, though. I had like straddles when we hit 3850. But I don't think I was like long positioned or like 3,900. Where the fuck? Yeah, I don't think I was straight up long at any point during that period. I had straddles every night, but yeah, I don't think I had any calls through that. I probably grabbed some like intraday or something. I feel like you asked me about FSLR earlier today, didn't you? That's why I'm irritated about it. The price of it has barely changed today. But I mean, didn't my update cover FSLR trading between like 215 and 217? I feel like it did. This is about September and October 4,000 early on. Reduce the number of contracts and basically guaranteed to make money. I think the main problem is most of us who don't have large capital experience, buying more than 6 months of Theta is the best choice. I mean, if you can afford 6 months of Theta. Otherwise, you need to be a little bit more on top of things. Lower highs on SPX so far. Is volume generally low for this point in the day? Yeah. Usually volume kind of sucks right around now. It's generally starts getting better from like 1:30 into power hour. I'm still entering long dated puts on FSLR between 4015 and 4017. Hmm. Was this an Inception Head and Shoulders? A Head and Shoulders inside a Head and Shoulders inside a daily Head and Shoulders? Sure. Time for the most annoying triple bottom ever. It looks like it's failing. Really fucking slowly, but failing nonetheless. I mentioned a range of 205 to 210. Oh, I think I updated it in the Pickles Picks discussion when it started to move up to the, like when the market started to move up, but maybe it was in a different chat. Yeah, I'm still entering long dated puts, but nothing short dated again until I get another breakdown at 210. And the position I entered, I already exited when I was targeting 205. Like the 205, 210, that was for shorter dated puts. I closed those at like, fuck was it, like this Monday? Was it this Monday or like last Friday? It might have been last Friday. The incessant buying at the bottom of every candle seems to be subsiding. It does, which is nice. To my knowledge, no, my earlier question. Oh, okay. So, Flo, are you in the shorter dated puts still from like the previous weeks? Pickles picks? Or are you just talking about like the longer dated ones? I'm still buying longer dated FSLR puts in this range. Because we're roughly in the same range where I was buying them last time, right? Like a couple weeks ago after earnings. But if you're in the shorter dated puts, that's not great. I mean, unless the market breaks down here, in which case you'll get an exit, but amazing when I get an SPX trade wrong, how fast I lose money and my stops are hit. When I get them right, they slow bleed until volatility finally picks up in the last 15 minutes of trading. Could we close red today? It's really fucking unlikely, but it's not impossible. Ooh. Bull trap or put stop loss hunt? Would they roll above or below 4060? I mean, above. They're going to roll 5% from spot. 5 to 3.5% from spot. That means at our current price, their sold calls are going to be sold at 420, 4230 or 4290. Do you think the indictment of the former president will have an effect either way on the market? No. Maybe that coupled with something else. Unlikely. I bought Baba 75p expiring 616 at 105 yesterday. With Baba undergoing some changes, is the thesis still valid? Like the short thesis on Baba is probably fine. I don't think China's GDP numbers are improving any, but you're really far out of the money. 75 requires a breakdown. It's like a 3 standard deviation move from VWAP. So, and then also there's still some upside on it. I wouldn't have picked yesterday for an entry, but at least it moved down today, I guess. That might be a positive sign. Are May contracts short dated for FSLR at the moment? Yes. It's not a very quick mover. Hmm. When dump call hedge? We'll see. Put interest is exploding right now. Most of the calls at 40.75 and 40.80 have sold off. And put buying's picking up at a decent pace. Not crazy, but decent. Still a lot of support at 40.65 though. The 40.50 support is gone on the 0DT side and being rapidly replaced by fairly large numbers of puts. The skew on volume is now put favored. Or the ratio. The collar is still not rolled, however. The collar probably won't be rolled until we're below 40.65. It's not really very advantageous for them to roll it above, especially not $20 above. To break down 40.65 and yeah, they do want it below 40.65, ideally. That is the best place for them to roll. They're hedged either way, but it's more ideal to roll below 40.65. Are you buying more NVIDIA puts until we start to break down? I've been picking them up. Above like 270, 250. I've been buying further dated ones. Just DCAing them. I've been buying a lot of Jan, September, and June over the last week. Some more Mays, but I'm kind of done averaging the Mays down. And I'm completely done averaging any Aprils down. No, I didn't eat anything today. What expiration is put buying picking up? Zero DT or longer dated? I mean, both. The volume I noted on the ratios today. Can the collar roll create downside pressure? Yeah. Too many retail puts close higher today. I don't know how many of them are retail. I don't think retail's buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of puts. JPM alone have the ability to make the market move to 4065. Yeah. Greg, how do you handle close talkers? Like people step back? Ugh. How are you feeling about your lottery tickets on SPX? They're lottery tickets. I don't care about them. Um, Give them a kiss on the lips while they're speaking to you. It would be a shame if the market rugged them. Rugged what? VIX is still moving up right now. Uh, I don't know. Some volatility here, but I think ultimately this is going to break down. Too much of the call side supports fleeing. You give them a kick kiss on the kips? A quick kiss on the lips when they're speaking to you? Oh, okay. How do you handle women that only want one thing from you? What's the one thing? Stock advice.
That sounds way better than like having to hang out with their friends or their family. I could live with that. That's what I'm saying. My girlfriend expects at least 5 things from me per day. That's a lot of things. What's up, Girk? Barry here. Just wanted to say hi. That's all. What's up, Barry McCockiner? How you doing, man? My girlfriend spends about an average of about an hour and a half talking at me every day when she gets home from work. That's a long time to smile and nod, let me tell you. Yeah, that sounds like a lot. See, my problem in relationships is I don't do that. I'm just like, oh, okay, and then I walk away. Or I'll be like, are you really gonna waste my time talking to me about something I don't care about? And you know, thankfully that sets the expiration date pretty quickly. Well, she's hot as fuck, which is bullish on my patience. Yeah, fair enough. Yesterday I told my girlfriend I didn't care about her friend's dog, and she was pretty upset. Why? Let me tell you, the secret to a good, lasting relationship is communication. As little communication as possible. That sounds perfect. I don't know, man. They care about things. It's ridiculous. Weird. Imagine giving a shit about anything besides the direction of SPX. I said that to my wife a while ago. Glad I'm still alive. I can't. I just can't imagine a life like this. Is why I'm probably never gonna get married. I can't imagine a life of like caring. I don't know how else to put it. I don't want to. I don't want to give a shit about other people's whatever. It's like, oh, that girl at work doesn't. I don't fucking. But my problem is like my filter's not great, and so I tend to be overtly honest about that. Well, get a BJ from an Uber hottie in the bathroom of the nightclub. Yo, Fute's ripping. Yeah, I mean, sometimes she's got to wrap things up, right? You know, you got trades to make. Sounds like you're scared, and these are just excuses. No, I'm intolerant to people's drama, sadness, feelings. That's called being a psychopath. Oh, okay. Well, that might make sense. I've always been great in leadership roles. What's your Myers-Briggs? You know that that's not based in any actual academic research or proof, right? That it's just bullshit. As long as you know that, I think it's like INTP, or it's like INTP or ENTP, one of the two. It fluctuates in the 3 times I've been convinced to take one. But what it really is an astrology test that has no basis in scientific fact whatsoever. Yeah, neither does Jungian psychology. Isn't that your thing, YouTuber? No, not really. Most psych diagnoses are, hey, why don't you come back here every week for years and pay me? Yeah. Shilling his own greatness, that's his thing. Isn't that right? I mean, not really. I have flaws. Lots of them. Thanks, Grim, too. I thought it was just purely sexual, but hearing you say that changes everything. Apple just $16 from all-time high. Nothing to see here. Year-over-year cash flow, negative 30%. Also nothing to see here. What's worse is their cash flow is not going to get any better for the next, like, 3 to 5 years either. Thanks for your patience and comments on FSLR. Did you enjoy my sneak diss on Fibonacci's? It was excellent. You too, man. My 1DT 407Ps are going to print so hard in about 2 hours. I hope so. I think your Discord link has expired again? Seriously? Fuck. That's so annoying. It's not supposed to expire ever. Son of a bitch. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, you probably don't want to go in there. It's a silly place. Here. All right. Don't worry, I'll just treat it like a zoo. Observe for entertainment value. The Pores chat in Discord is a cesspool. It is. Especially right now. It's full of super stonkers and BBBY people. Gherk, can I smell your chair this weekend? You could. May you? No. privacy concerns. Is this how Nvidia dies? I don't think anything's ever died because Italy banned it. Hey everyone, if you're new here and enjoy the stream, consider liking and subbing. It really helps out. That's a lot of positivity for today. By the way, great call on that 40-90 upper range. I hope to get great put positioning. Nice, man. Congratulations. Break down below 4082 on SPX is the key to more ouchy downs, correct? Well, 4082 is nice. 4075, much better. Actually, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Are we just getting like a shitload of downside momentum right now? Is that a thing? Hmm. Look at that, right? And then... See, this is interesting. There you go, Dork. The video gamma max is like 290 something. Stupid fucking high number. I feel like if people offer trading advice and they tell you not to do something, it'll be a lot more accurate than when they tell you to do things they tell you to do. With the recession coming, I will do my part and invest in Rick to make jobs for the soon-to-be unemployed who said they want to be employed again. What'd y'all do to the market? Hazy bought calls at 4,100. This is his fault. He killed the bull market with his extreme bearishness. This is why we can't have nice things, Hazy. Fed Williams coming in hot at 3 p.m. Why not have a Dillionaires channel where we can talk about your CC strategy and general GME stuff without the nonsense conspiracies of the pores? You can still share all the data in the pores chat. I don't know, because I said that once upon a time that all GME information would be kept public and such. And so all discussions on GME will also be kept public. And it will remain that way. Free and accessible. In perpetuity. A man of honor, even to his detriment. Perpetuity, same like thing. Thanks. I wish this would break down a little faster. 1 second. Hot mic? Oh no. Are Pickles picks good for swing trading or just options? You can use stocks, you'll just get less leverage. More theta. Risky to go short though. Sometimes like I'm like, oh nice, it's going down, but then I'm like, oh wait, it shouldn't be nearly this high in the first place. The market's a bit overvalued right now. Just like 8%. Hello, Gurk. Venseg here. Ending admitted he is a shill. Can you time him out, please? No. His employment contract at BlackRock specifically forbids the timing out of him by me. Hmm. Yeah, that's the market's fair value, Cobra. And it's not at 3,600. It's at like 28 to 32. But the S&P very rarely trades at its fair value. It usually trades around like a PE of 18.75, I think, 19. Right now it's trading at a PE of like 26, 27. What's the Schiller right now? $29.16. Nice. So it's only trading 12 points above its mean. So there's UT call buying the front ran the 8 billion and buying. JPM needs to roll. We can be net short 22 billion into close. Let's see how it goes. I'm ready for it. The entirety of my body. What if I feel like SPY will open below 400 on Monday? It might. Hmm. Futures at support at 41.1250. That's gross. Okay. Are there any ETF FTDs due in the near future that would cycle GME? Not until, we probably won't see anything pertinent until the beginning of May. Favorite kind of cake? I'm making one for your 6-month anniversary with Darth Dan. Strawberry. Strawberry with lemon raspberry frosting. And a chocolate in the middle layer. It's insane. And pink. Well, orange. Yeah, there's really that much price action. It's worth it for them to front run it, Pajama Samurai. All right, Fluffy. It's close enough to the end of the day that you can allow caller questions through. Briefly. I'm actually going to make that. That sounds amazing. It's really fucking good. Especially if it's moist. It doesn't matter. Fluffy's audio's off. I used to work in pastry. I made a blueberry lemon chiffon cake that was just amazing. Huh. What's the benefit to those taking the opposite side of the collar trade? Well, if they can get it above the collar, then JPM has to start hedging the upside. So it acts like its own little gamma flip point, right? And they can keep driving prices higher and higher, driving down VIX, and then enter a shitload of calls. And then when JPM sells off their hedge, the market drops like a rock. And then they get to make a bunch of money on the downside. Ideally. That doesn't always work. Sometimes they roll the collar twice. They can fuck with them a bit. Thoughts on Tris Leches as a recovering Californian? It's alright. Were we over the collar hedge on December 31st too? No. We were under the collar in December. Way, I think. Would you buy shares of NVDS over buying puts? You could. They don't buy any calls. They sell calls. Fluffy hasn't timed anybody out. He's just deleting your messages. Which is funny. I can still see them. He did timeout? I haven't seen a single timeout today from Fluffy. Other people might have, but not Fluffy. Timed me out. Did you ask him to? Hmm. Futures bounce. Right about there. Such a slow breakdown. It's not that bad. Maybe you weren't seeing the notice, but color has been a timeout all day since the enragening. Oh, yeah, you don't need to do that anymore. It's not showing that you're timing them out though. It just says the messages are deleted. That's weird. Usually it says that the user's been timed out. Maybe they changed it. Retracted. Thanks, Hurtful Full Beef. What is this? It's a 12 BPS candle on the 5 minute. Ugh. That wasn't 45 minutes. It was 32. Underwater today, but up on the week. Nice, man. Repositioned NVIDIA June 250 is literally my last shot. All of my position was for 421. Okay. Can we get an equally violent move down to 4075? Well, it looks like volatility's picking up at least. So the volume's cool. Wrong direction, but cool. If you got timed out for it and are mad, just know that your sacrifice made me laugh. Congratulations, Rusty. What is it that's keeping the market up? Money. Okay, trash. Waiting for this top to sell a 0 DT call spread. I need liquidity. SPX able to test 4100 today or unlikely? I mean, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day. It's going to get crazy, but right now it doesn't look very likely. This move doesn't really have a lot to do with SPX. It's mostly just a massive futures buy-in. June 200 put should be enough time to see if NVIDIA hits 200, right? I think so. I mean, that's the furthest out I have 200s. Are you sure it's not Composite Man's alter ego? Homogeneous Man? Ugh, these sound and rational markets are the best. My July 210s are getting an inferiority complex now. Reasonable. There goes one more. Hmm. Hmm. What do you see? A bunch of futures volume. That's about it. Might be turning around now, but it can have a... it'll probably trail, so... It'll probably keep rising for a little bit here. If no more volume comes in. Top. These fucking pumps on the market are ridiculous. Jesus Christ. How much money is that?
It's fucking nuts. $4,100 hedge gonna go in the money? I don't think it is, but I might sell it on this. How much money was it? A lot. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, it was like 24,000 contracts. Is this basically a gamma squeeze on SPX? There's really no calls left on SPX right now. This is kind of just someone buying a fucking absolute fuck ton of futures. Call interest on this range on SPX is pretty slim. Picked up a little at like 40.80. Do they just hedge as accurately as possible with no risk and manage the volatility compression?
Yes. I mean, they're gonna use like a distribution model to try to predict like the amount of potential risk they'll have to hedge, right? Jesus. You mean because of the Vega decay? I think a lot of zero GT calls at 4,100. They might not print. I'm gonna get stopped out of my 4,100s here in a second. Oh, nope, never mind. I already am. I can still have more stocks later in Australia as we continue up. Gork, my 4 3800s finna go in the money? No. That sounds awful. Instagram finfluencer expert told me so. What reality are we living in when Spy is memeing and Jimmy is the safe, stable investment? You mean the investment that's not making any money? Then yes. Well, you've tried to explain it before, but can you try to ELI 5 why this has continued to pump when there isn't anything bullish happening? Quite the opposite, really, right? Because positioning controls the market, not sentiment. Sentiment's something that's just spoon-fed to people by media and propagated by psychology. Buy futures, buy zero DTs, make market go up. It's very effective, especially if you have billions of dollars in margin. The fuck? GB made me 600% last week. It was pretty good. I'm spoon feeding people cinnamon instead. It works just as well. Nice. If that's not a double top, I don't know what is. I mean, it is. It is a double top. It's. What's up, Trina? How you doing? How do you feel about Jimmy 2250C's? CC's expiring next week. It can run on Monday. Especially if the market drops today and they want to blow off all their internalization obligations, like, I'd be careful. I'm sure the price will return right back, but there may be a better opportunity to sell them on Monday, I should say. It may be brief, but opportunity nonetheless. Macy's looking good right now. Kind of interesting, yeah. I think I saw what you're looking at earlier. These volumes kind of picking up on it. Cheap right now too, and they've been beating EPS estimates. What area should we be looking for to hedge for the weekend this afternoon? Or is the volatility just going to get worse from here on out? I don't know. I'll probably just straddle again tonight. I don't know if I should keep my 40... I guess I'll keep my 40-25s open. But I'll probably also straddle at the money. Maybe because I have the 40-25s on the 4000s, I'll just buy I'll just buy like at the money calls. Or like maybe I'll do like 2-to-1. I'll do 2-to-1 in case Monday's kind of flat. Are you a boxers or tidy whiteys kind of guy or free balling? Briefs. I took the kids to Disney World for vacay and kept thinking to myself, boxer briefs. Man, I could have lost this money so much faster. Housing all over East and West Coast, year-over-year mortgage applications lowest in 2 decades. Inventory returning, no one buying. Prices dropping for the 8th month in a row. Hopefully a lot more coming. Yep. Slow though, right? Any other company other than GME wouldn't be beating EPS as much as they did. Show more price improvement, or is it because GME is already overvalued? GME is massively overvalued. So generally, like on another company, institutions would be coming in and, you know, it would be undervalued and they'd be like, holy shit, EPS, and they'd be buying the fuck out of it, right? But GME is trading at a fucking PE almost as high as NVIDIA's. Any thoughts on the insane volume that just happened on Fubo? Did it make me money? Not much. No? Listen, NVIDIA, after 5 more years of shrinkage in a cold pool, will still make more money than GameStop does. Shill? I mean, it's true. It's not shillery. That's just a fact. Is that in part because of how illiquid GME is? No. Illiquidity doesn't stop anyone from buying it. I wasn't here most of the day. I guess the color didn't roll yet. No, it hasn't. Then why are we shorting it and not GME? It's got a lot further to go down than GME does. GME, because of its illiquidity and its retail ownership, will probably not drop to a fair valuation in the foreseeable future, unless there's like a market crash or something. NVIDIA, on the other hand, can absolutely drop to a fairer valuation. What do you use to track volume? What? Like over what time period? Candles? Do you dye that majestic beard of yours? No? What? Wouldn't it be a different color if I dyed it? When do you plan on closing your 4065s? Well, hopefully when they're worth more money. Interesting. NASDAQ selling off, but SPY bouncing? Curious. That's got to be just put capitulation, right? Oh my god. The NVIDIA 500's crashing. Are you at all worried about Express delisting? No. I don't even have like $20,000 in it. Well, a little more. 25,000? Not very much. Also, they just reverse split. The company's not like going bankrupt or anything. This would stock is back as the top holding in XRT. Yes, it's GameStop. Hey, look at that. That's exciting. How much money can I make monthly by wheeling with 100K? Depends on how much risk you take. 2 to 5% a week, roughly. You can make 10% a month. You'll probably get assigned if you're making that much. I would say safely 2% a month with low chance of assignment. Goddamn stupid pumps.
We heard the same tune with Rev. The tune with Rev was they're definitely going bankrupt, and you'll probably lose all the money you invest in it. Also, I don't care if anyone buys Express. Don't buy it. It's up to you. Anyone who is asking how much money they will make with 100K will lose 5K a week until they know enough not to ask that question. Paper trade. I think he was just kind of asking about maximum yield potential. But yeah, obviously it's just determined by the amount of risk you take. Puts on Tesla? Up to you. How do you lose 5K a week wheeling? I mean, you can just sell something, CSPs on something, and then it drops 10%. You get assigned. It's not that hard. Why is Fubo trapped in a 0.25 range for half a month now? Any particular reason? All of Atomic's CCs keep the price from going higher than his chosen strike for selling them. What's your guess on how high this pump could go, or what could bring it back to reality? Quarter one earnings season's got to put some of this irrationality back in check, right? I mean, it probably will. I'm sure a lot of the irrationality in the market will be solved with more earnings. But in the meantime, I don't think this run is entirely due to over exuberance, right? I think it's very carefully and meticulously planned and executed. And bullish retail participants just make it cheaper. Hey, I don't really have many CCs on Fubo now. Fair enough, Atomic. Express like the clothing company? Yeah. You mentioned lots of puts coming in. Were those zero DTs or a different time frame? They're both. VIX was pretty low today. So they're a mix of both. I mean, put volume's still quite high on SPX. Dwindling off is on the zero DTs as we approach the end of the day, but zero DT volume tends to dwindle off around this time. We're probably starting to see more puts coming in for Monday now. Let me see. 4-3. Give me a second. Yeah, 4-3. We're starting to see.
I don't know. There's still plenty of like call interest right around 40.80, 40.75. I wouldn't say it's particularly strong anywhere. Maybe like 4100. Um, and that gamma's falling off to the downside under 40.70. I know it's still really hard to tell until the collar rolls because the gamma's so high on it, it makes everything else look non-existent. I hate the stock market and wish I never got involved. That's fair. I only buy structure brand clothing to support my Express investment, which becomes increasingly difficult over time since they are distinct from Express. That makes sense. With what exact purpose has this run been implemented? Well, it's never just one participant, right? So everyone's got their own goal when you have like really directed pumps like this. But yes, I would imagine the sale of equities, obviously getting in range of the collar roll was very important for a lot of people. Which you know we snap back to and are now in. Put buying, lots of put buying. Dispersion trading. Can you tell everyone that if we're in a new bull market, IWM wouldn't be trash? I really don't care what people think after like 3 days of upside. Um, Sorry I haven't been able to listen to the stream today. Yesterday, I think there was some talk about a double top on NVIDIA. Is today's higher high bullish for next week? Thanks. Um, Today double topped on NVIDIA. That's still within range of a double top. I don't know if that means anything. It could be. It's pretty overextended on the 4 hour. Although, yeah, plenty of profit taking on the call side. How much time do we have left? Hour and 15 minutes. Pickle shell. Thanks. 3 days of upside so far. Insert Homer Simpson meme. Whatever. Any significant economic news next week? Labor data. Was Express a pickles pick or something you've just been holding for a while? I did a write up on it like a couple weeks ago, but I've been picking it up. I had it before, and then when it ran to $4, I sold everything. And I've been picking it up again since it's been under $1. Gork, literally everything is priced in, including Fed rate cuts before the end of the year. None of you better wear white after labor data. Ugh. Where's Jackson? I wonder how his 12,000 Cs are doing. I know we talk about IWM a ton, but I own boats of IWV. Selling MACCs at the money seems safe to take a few K off the table. Thoughts if you got any would be appreciated. Are we at a local high? Probably pretty close. I would be careful over the next week. I might do it. I don't know. It depends. How long of a like a long-term investment is it for you? Basis is nothing. Okay. I mean, if that's the case, then as long as you have sufficient theta, I'm sure we'll see downside from this point. Pretty sure, at least. But if you sell like weeklies or something on it, you could definitely just get assigned. Monday, 10 a.m. I know. Oh, I already know this. You think JPM would try to get SPX below the collar before they roll? It's ideal for them to be below the collar before they roll, obviously. But they hedge, so it's questionable if it matters. If you guys remember that last time we were stuck at the collar, back when it was at like 39.30 or whatever it was, and remember how we traded for like 2 weeks within like $50 of the collar, the up and down side? Or was it 40 30, I think. And we just kept trading to the up and the downside of the collar. That's because like forcing JPM's hedge on the upside's really profitable if you're long, and capturing the market maker sell off to the downsides also really profitable. So I mean that's kind of what they're doing here by pushing the price up above the collar. Is, you know, they force JPM's hedge to hedge into their calls, right? And so that makes their calls more profitable. The problem with that is JPM can rug pull it. If it tastes like a sweet liquid, you're probably sipping on the juice in it. How high can you see NASDAQ or QQQ max top if we keep running April to quarter one earnings? Planning to get some leap puts. Thanks, man. I mean, if this were to persist, it would eventually slow down, right? But 42, 4,200, maybe 4,250. 4,250 seems like a stretch, provided we don't pull back. Now, OI is all open interest on the strike, sold and bought. Nobody wants what IWV may cover calls. Why is Tesla up 6%? Because the market's been rocketing all fucking day. And people pulled back their cover calls at 200. What you got planned for the weekend? Nothing much. I've got to go to like a party at a friend's house tomorrow. And then yeah, other than that, nothing really. I'm taking a helicopter or a ferry. I have to drive there. I have to actually I have to leave tonight. Triple top on this shit. It'd be insane, right? Sorry, I'm at NASDAQ or QQQ. Did you say SPX? I don't know what you're talking about. Will Lois ask for IWV 690, 680, 670, 650? Where are all those Russell 3K bulls? What? Oh, you mean people don't think the market's gonna grow like crazy? NASDAQ or QQQ max top? Oh, I have no idea. I don't really watch them. I would say we could see like QQQ at Maybe like 30-30. $322. Which on NASDAQ would be like 13.4 to 13.675. It's hard to tell because NASDAQ's been outperforming SPX a lot. But I would say roughly that range. Do you know what happened to the CS swaps expiring today? There weren't any CS swaps expiring today. The people who wrote those DDs are morons. Swaps have standardized expirations. They don't just expire the day they were created 2 years later. Also, they can be rolled and managed like any other contract. You know, like some snapshot from 2 years ago that you're making judgments on is ridiculous. 4090 today's 4050. We'll see. Just give me that sweet, sweet rejection. This isn't like particularly bullish right here. Ooh. I know everything's ripping today, but I'd really like to give a shout out to Fubo. Up 12%. Nice. Crazy how every Fed member has reiterated there's more work to be done, and people are pricing in rate cuts by May. Yeah. Well, they're not in the inflation swaps market. Um, $770, 780, 3900C, zero DT just sold below the bid for a cool 133 million. Interesting. Jesus H fucking Christ. That sell off on SPX is really weird. Futures didn't really sell off at all. What's VIX look like? Ooh. That's interesting. $15.88K, June 3260, 3860, 4300. That's not the JPM collar. The JPM collar is bigger. 4100 volume on the 4300 strike June quarterly. Okay, that's the collar. So they rolled it 5% out of the money? $40.75 resistance to the downside. Yep. Did they go 5% to the downside or 3.5? 3860 puts? Jesus, those are close. This market is so bricked up. Somebody buy the SPX a lap dance. 3260. That's the sold put. So basically, if the market crashes, right, they sell their long puts. Well, they exercise their long puts, and then they get assigned on the 30, and they buy back in at 3260.
Uh, Gork, I'm scared. Of what? Hmm. Options. Hmm.
It's safe to say this isn't going back to 4065 today? No.
Is SPX gonna close today at 4100? It could. It could start selling off now. The collar can be re-rolled. A lot of things can still happen before the close of the day. Fubo added over 100 local CBS affiliates, ending a 2-month standoff, posted an hour ago. Oh, cool. Is SPX going to close today at 4100? We'll see. Does the JPM put position limit downside, or are they expecting lower than 3860 to profit? If it goes below, I mean, if we go anywhere near their puts, it'll drag the market down super hard. We've only slipped below the bottom of their puts a couple times in the last like year and a half, but it's nasty when it happens. Buying GME calls? Yeah, maybe. 4300 is sold calls, right? Yeah. The bottom side of that collar is surprisingly high, right? I mean, it's just they're both just 5% from spot. So not as high as, not as wide as it could be, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're both just 5%.
Fubo got MLB, I thought. Yeah, they did. MLB Live. That was a few days ago. A week ago? I think that was last week. It'll be really hard for the market to cross 4,300. What's a downside SPX range for next week? I don't know. There's still 50 minutes in today, and it could get pretty volatile. Or it won't. We'll just keep going up. But the collar's rolled. We'll say, let's see how many 4,100 calls are still left. Ugh. There's still a lot of 0 DTs at 4,100. Some puts coming in. Down to like 4070. They could be sold though. $40.95 doesn't have a lot of call gamma, so 4,100 may just act as like a resistance here. $40.50 end of day. I'd be pretty happy with that. It would be a much easier price to straddle from than $40.95. Did Jamie Dimon say we're going to 4,300? He said we're not going above 4,300, in a manner of speaking. I'm very surprised there has been no profit taking at all on this run these last few days. Well, remember that 0 DTs on SPX are cash settled, right? But yes, there's been very little. Do you think a lot of that negative gex at 4,000 on 421 is sold? Some of it may be. But no, it's been pretty negative even since we crossed to the upside of it. If it was sold, a lot of it would have been closing off. Yeah, I don't think so. Could you get a Cena song in honor of Gaff? I guess we ran on it, so sure.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think
you're holding all of your puts until close? No, probably not.
Promise you won't tell a soul, 'cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
What's the top of the collar? 4,300. Bottom's 3,860. Long puts are 3,860. Short puts are 3,260. They rolled. They closed the current one. Oh, that wasn't very impressive. Interesting. SPX hasn't, or ES hasn't really traded a lot of volume above 4060 this week. Curious. You'd think these pumps would have been more, but they're really not. Hmm. Does this make you think a crashy crash is less likely? Like, crashes are always unlikely. No. I don't think anything like in the macro has changed. I'll check it out, Stefan. Thanks. No, I don't know anyone from the South. 4101.52 incoming. I mean, probably just 4100. Or just shy of it to piss people off. It's gonna dump in fucking after hours. I wouldn't be fucking surprised at this point. Is there a decent chance that SPX fills the gap at 4203 now? Better chance, yeah. Not very much volume on JPM's current call collar. Are they letting it expire in the money? They already closed it. No, GME is not doing anything exciting right now, Gaff. I think we're going to have to wait until Monday for a red candle or two. Possibly. Recession canceled, boys. Nice knowing you all. Okay. Ugh. So 331 was not enough theta for my puts, but you bought those today. This is the most bullish I've seen the GME chart in a while. Yeah, it looks good. I think he's an imposter to the other atomic. I haven't answered him. Oh, yeah, probably. I'll just ban him. BTC bounce on 27.5 over the weekend. Upward resistance at 30.5. Thoughts on when we push through the ceiling? I haven't looked at BTC for a few days. I think there's a good chance this just gets rejected, right? So you're saying back to 27.5? 27.5 over the weekend. Maybe 26.7? If it fails 26.7, it's just going to tank. And this whole run's like brought about by the bank scare. I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in its continued upside. $38.60 is 5% away, CML. Clown market? Yeah. Sometimes. This has got to be wrecking internalization on GameStop. The tips are about to uncross again. Maybe Jamie Monday doesn't look so bad. Fun. Oh, I'm gonna get to sell covered calls. Bullish. $26.7's for sure the critical mass support line. Okay. So 27.50 feels critical here. It's the bottom of the current downtrend. Okay. Yeah, I'd be pretty afraid of the 27.50 cross. Meh, back to 17 fast. 3 months. I understand it's 5% away, but we were there just like 2 weeks ago. I guess they don't have much more wiggle room though. I mean, they can only set the collar like 3.5 to 5.5%. It's always the same. It's not MOASS, but they might blow off more obligations on Monday. I don't fucking trust this upside at all. Futures. SPX break the upper resistance. Almost as high as Fab. Hell of a bounce. SPY 410 end of day or ban. Okay. VIX and SPX MOASS same time. I mean, put buying's probably picking up pretty heavily right now. Mostly, I would say mostly it's more likely that it's mostly like weekend hedges. There's very few puts like near the money, so it would make sense for them to be purchased now. Anyway. Motherfucker, I have 50x 2350 GME weeklies that Fidelity will definitely not auto sell for me in 5 minutes. I don't know if you need to worry. Looks like GME is not crossing 2350 today. VIX picking up with SPX. Yeah, a little bit. Why 410 end of day or ban? You bought 410 calls yesterday, right? They're already worthless. Even if we hit like 411, you're not gonna print. They were 4 cents? 5 cents, you mean? Because of the minimum bid? What are they worth right now? 15? $19. Why risk it? Because in 15 minutes, they're going to be worth 5 again. Unless we cross 40-10 or 410. Because it's fun. Oh, okay. You don't like YOLO into them. All right. I really wish I hadn't closed my 4100s at 4090. What's up, Bithead? How you doing, man? You plan for positioning over the weekend? I'm just gonna straddle. And hopefully it pulls back to 4100 and I can just straddle there. I'm gonna leave my 4025s open. I've got a little bit of theta on them. And I've got some 4000s also for the downside. I closed my 4050 at 40650. Yeah. Is this the reaction to inflation going up 4.6%? This is just the reaction, I think, to the rest of the positioning on the SPX and continued futures buying. I'm hanging in there. Next week we have Monkey's Eyebrow and Kentucky Consumer Sentiment Report coming out. Nice. For your straddle, do you give yourself theta or expiration for Monday? I usually buy it like, for weekends, I usually buy it like 14 days out. Next week, QQQ 330. Maybe. Do I want to get one more of those before close? Yeah. Nope, missed the boat on that. Um, so 6%. Jesus Christ. 60K net gamma at 4110 in the last 5 minutes. Those aren't fucking cheap. Hmm. Are we crashing Monday? I don't know. I don't think so. ES really didn't like 4035, huh? Oops. Feeling less bad about selling my 4100s early now. All because of Burry's tweet. Burry telling everyone they're idiots. It seems like a setup for some type of event. It seems like a setup for a big fucking sell-off. What's going on with Fubo MOASS? I mean, the market's been running like fucking crazy, right? It's gonna pressure all of the basket stocks. Fubo had no liquidity resolution. It just got more illiquid over OPEX. That's why Fubo kind of looked okay for April, was because there was no liquidity resolution at all. So I'm not surprised that Fubo's kind of sensitive to NASDAQ moving up. Did you get us assigned on those SQQQ CSPs? I don't think so. Hold on, let me look at SQQQ. No? I didn't sell more of them, which I meant to do today. I guess that's probably gonna fuck me, but... I'm 50 cents off. So if the market falls into close, I mean, I might get assigned on them, I guess, but probably not. Let's strike. I have sold calls at 32, sold puts at 29. Yeah. I mean, if this bounces, I'm gonna get. I might actually get assigned. Like if it rips hard into close. If it keeps selling off, I'm fine. SPX back under 4100. VIX still going up. Hmm. God candle coming up on SPX. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't look great. Maybe I'm just looking too far out here. I think it might get a bounce soon, but I don't know if it'll have any momentum. Longs, like the longs are kind of bailing at 4100, and like the 4110s bailed pretty hard. Some 4100 interest is holding, but sub 4100's pulling the rug. The market time is on the screen. It's in the corner, right? Right there. Is that the most confused your body has ever been? For a second. That's because the camera's fucking lagging again. Interesting. I think this could be a lower high from 2-2 on the daily SPX falling into next week. Was that a lower high? This would be a, oh, from 2-2? Yeah, it could be. I think it broke through the top of that trend though. Like yesterday or the day before? Yesterday? Like that shorter term upside resistance. Hmm. You buying puts on this run? Yeah, I already did. If we fail support here, it could be bearish as fuck. It's a pretty critical strike, I think. How can I front run my chat with just delayed audio when the video is in real time? It looks to be a nice head and shoulders on the SPY. When looking at the daily for 6 months, yeah, there is. There's a big one. Hmm. Let's sort of lose there. $150. Who gives a shit? No way we drop $30 in 15 minutes, right? That'd be fucking crazy. Yeah, volume's not really picking up in the futures sell-off. It's kind of declining, so I don't know what's gonna happen here. How about $30 in 2 minutes? That'd be cool. It's not that big of a drop, really. I've seen more happen faster. It really depends on what like call levels hold right now and what sell off, I think. Worth the lotto though. Barnacles on the backs of whales, and people think somehow you have cash to front run the SPX. Greg, I just 3980 to stay solvent, but 1 million 0 DTE 3990s, please. Wait, what? Buy 1 million 0 DT. That wouldn't do anything to the price. I could buy, I mean, if I could buy 1,039,90s at 5 cents each, I could do the same thing with like 4050s, which also wouldn't affect the price. Basically, we could just see the exact opposite price action that we saw after JPOW said disinflation 20 times. That'd be a pretty fun send-off into the weekend. I mean, the bulls are definitely guaranteeing that JPOW's gonna fucking come in and spank everyone really hard for being naughty. Being a bear is really hard. Every piece of logic says it shouldn't be happening, so I never buy calls and keep averaging puts. These irrational markets are very hard to trade. I mean, just don't only buy puts. You can buy calls too. That's what you do when things are irrational. If you're short. Yeah, just be irrational. Go with the flow. Who buys both? Get some conviction. I've been buying puts and calls literally every night for like 3 months. It's been awesome. I feel like whatever happens in the next 12 minutes, the market will move hard in one direction. What about like, how do you feel about 4090 flat into close? Is the Jolts job opening next week pretty important? It should be. It generally isn't. The labor data hasn't had a lot of effect on the market at all for the last year. Like, no one really seems to give a flying fuck about the labor data. The Fed cares, but I'm starting to think people don't care about the Fed. I mean, there's only so much JPOW can do unless he's gonna come out and actually, like, crush the fucking bullishness in the market, right? We'll probably trade to, like, the bottom of the range, moving into SLD. And then, depending on inflation, we may trade lower, but... It would have to be a far hotter print than it was last time. It's hard to turn around bullish momentum, and JPOW doesn't have the balls to Volcker everybody and move the federal funds rate above the rate of inflation, right? They shouldn't have bailed out the banks. I mean, it's not a bailout. I think largely people just don't understand how it works. They're just like, Fed balance sheet up, QE. Is the Fed data put right into SLD? What would be funny is like Monday when the quarter ends, if the Fed just sells off $2 trillion in their balance sheet. Current range is 4,100, 4,000. So bottom of the range would be 4,000. Yeah. The Fed will sell the top again in a heartbeat. Do you think he'll ever be able to get inflation under control? If they move the federal funds rate above the rate of inflation and hold it there for like 6 or 7 months, maybe. Hmm. Next week's a 4-day week, right? Well, I mean, I think that was the Fed's plan, was right, is to raise rates enough that inflation would come down, right? As the federal funds rate took over inflation, and that would drive inflation further down, right? And then they could ease the funds rate over time, and that would generate their soft landing. But, you know, with the bank shit now, and inflation still price indexes are up, right? And consumer buying power is diminished. We're still not going to realize price stability, right? And so now they're backing themselves into a corner where like a hard landing is the only option. Which was the worry about doing a 0.25 rate increase, right? Yeah, we talked about the collar roll. Fuck, I didn't fill on my calls. Son of a bitch. 4010, 4100. Man, this is unhealthy as fuck. You're hesitant about selling CCs? What's your timeline? I have like 33%, 33% of my covered calls sold. I'd like to get them all sold by next week, ideally. Right now, inflation is higher than any interest rate nearing your losing money. It's only lately fixed income is rising, but still not greater than inflation. What? Why don't they just raise rates as they initially wanted to, 0.5 versus 0.25? It doesn't make sense. If they've already stated they would provide liquidity to the banks regardless. Because they don't want to create bank panic, and if they'd gone with 0.5, they could have created depositor panic, like market-wide, right? I'm down 40%. I mean, NVIDIA June 180p's. Is it normal to get nervous at a loss on this when having a lot of theta? I still have conviction in the thesis, but it's hard to look at. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, you have a lot of theta. If you have a reason to think that the market will just go up for the next 3 months, I'd like to hear it. Decent God candle. It's not bad. All I know is it gapped over my 4,100 buy. At least I got the puts for cheap. Alright. Looks like GME will cross 30 next week. I doubt it. We might get a run on Monday, but I don't know if it'll even hit Gamma Max. I hope it does, but I don't know if it will. I think if I had calls right now, I'd find this disgusting. That's not so bad if you have calls. Upstart looking good. Upside PT. I don't know. I sold some cover calls earlier. I'll see what happens on Monday. I'll probably sell more. Option flow on GME. I don't know. I don't look at the intraday flow. What the fuck? Somehow GME's arbitrage has remained negative through the entirety of today's push up. And the liquidity they got this morning doesn't seem to be holding, which is arguably a good sign. Upstart, maybe we see like 1625 if the market continues to run up. Do you think April 6th, 24C will make me money next week? Or do I still not know how to do this? I mean, you want to carry a weekly over the weekend? You're gonna lose value. If Jimmy doesn't run, you won't make any money. Feud's candle is insane. GG's. Can't hear still? Fucking moron doesn't know shit, and I have to hold his hand through everything. Wait, what happened? Was this someone your job? Ding ding. All right, Hazy. No ban for you. I'll let it go. Close enough. Nauseating day. Happens. Would you hold a 3950p for April 21 down 46% over the weekend? I have 3850p's that are down about yeah, about 50% right now. Let's dust ourselves off and go get them next week. Well, I'm straddled at fucking 4010 or strangled at 4010, 4100. Not the ideal range, but especially with call prices being where they're at. I'm sure it'll be fine. I think volatility will persist into the beginning of next week. If not, I have jobs data pretty soon. I've about 14 days till expiration on these. Remember, next week's a short week. There's a market holiday. Jimmy getting some pressure today. So we talked about this before. There's a possibility that with the negative arbitrage and low liquidity persisting, that today's run in the market can spark maybe some upside. I don't think it'll last very long. So be really, if you're trying to take advantage of it or capitalize on it, be really cautious, because it could be something very similar to like October 31st. Yeah, I think Good Friday is next week, right? Anyway, so it may not be long lasting. Like maybe it could be like a 30, 45 minute run. Like one of the, we open, gap up, halt, and then liquidity is restored and we fucking get shorted back down. So if you are trying to take advantage of it, be prepared for whatever happens there. And really, this is like a third cycle of T+3 that sometimes can play out. And I don't have a ton of confidence in it, but it's there nonetheless. VIX is up a little going into close. We'll see what happens with futures over the weekend. With the collar out of the way, and the 0 DTE calls from today now expired, there's not a ton of long-term support in this range. And while some has come in, I would expect that the market is likely to pull back in the next couple days, especially as the insane call hedges from today shed off. So be careful of that. It's definitely very, very overbought. I would be even more cautious playing the upside going into next week than I was this week. I think that's about it. I'll see you guys Sunday, 12:30. And thank you all so much. Have a great weekend, everybody. Later.